Hello, folks. Good evening. Oh, what? No. Thank you. Two tabs open with the intro music. Okay, good evening, folks. How we doing? Welcome back to Metrix. We're going to be continuing the Charlie Adelson trial. Rewatch. Charlie Adelson on trial for the murder of Professor Dan Markel. Who's first on the stand today? Well, I figured we'd treat ourselves to the last 60 seconds of Junam Chinder. I mean, she seems to be wanting, as she's sitting there waiting to see if any attorney is going to ask her another question or not. She seems to be thinking about asking Judge Everett if she can borrow Charlie so that they can go out on a date. I mean, what the fuck? Judge, I know we're in the middle of a murder trial, but I was wondering, is there any way that I could take Charlie with me just for an hour and show him what chicken and waffles is really all about? You know, I mean, it's so funny. I'd imagine I'd be so much more offended by Junam Chinder, but I'm just not. And it's not because I think she's adorable, because I don't. I just think she's fucking comedy gold, right? It's just like, what is she? How do you make it through life? Well, in a white BMW X5 with a cream interior. I guess that gets her most places she needs to be. Have you seen her, it's actually a Mercedes that she's got now, but have you seen her steering wheel, folks? Anybody seen Junam Chinder's steering wheel? Let's see if I can bring it up. Oh, god damn it. We've got to log back into Instagram. Welcome, everybody in chat. How are we doing? Nice early stream. How are we doing, Spacey Dove? We know you like them early. Nice Oldsmobile as well. Is it an Oldsmobile? Look like an Oldsmobile. Nice. Ooh. Junam Chinder. She hasn't accepted my friend request, which I'm most offended about. I guess having the name on Instagram of True Crime Metrix clues a few people into the idea that I might be commenting on their lives. Yeah, okay, here's her steering wheel. 1 second. Fuck off. Screenshot and save to desktop. And then go back to the streaming software to share image. Keeping it real. There we go. So where does someone go to purchase a faux diamond encrusted Mercedes emblem? I mean, does that just stick on or what? I mean, personally, for me, I think it's tacky as fuck. It says nothing about luxury or class. Well, it does. It says low class and plastic luxury. I'm just curious, is there some sort of store, you know, that you would find where you can get shit like that? Perhaps it's real diamonds and she had it custom made. We may never know the truth. Anyway, let's have a look at the last 60 seconds of Junam Chinder on the stand.
Are you with me?
Yes. Can you
I
say
haven't
the
asked a
lines
question.
again? What were the lines?
Yes, ma'am. It's 1197 is the page, and the lines are 19 through 24.
Right.
Did you previously testify? Question: did he put you on the payroll at the Adelson Institute after you broke up? No. Do you recall him telling you that he gave Catherine Magbanua a car? Answer: I do. Page 1216.
That's what he said, yes, at the time.
Would you turn to 1216 now?
I'm there, yes.
Oh, okay. And in that testimony, did you also testify? Question, so now your testimony is that he told you he paid for half of her breast augmentation.
He said that at one point, but I think it was a joke.
No further questions.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled as a party?
No, sir.
Judge, we do have her on the subpoena, so there's a possibility.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Please call your next witness, sir.
No.
State calls Wendi Adelson.
Recalls? I think we're a little quiet here, right? Let's up that volume. Just look at us sauntering in. What are you smiling about, Wendi?
Adelson, you remain under oath. You may be seated.
Ms. Adelson, we've got 2 points we need clarification on from you. When we talked about your relationship
hang on.
with Jeffrey Lacasse.
Whoa. Remember the issue here, guys, is that... what was it? Daniel Rashbaum had an objection of which the judge seemed to really need to take note of and respond to in a way that was not overruling his objection for purposes of safeguarding against appeal ammunition, I should imagine. And the issue was that, I really can't remember. It wasn't that big of a deal. The state opened the door to something that apparently the motions in limine had agreed not to be brought up, and because of that, Danny Rashbaum hadn't prepared or didn't ask questions to Wendi, so he was like, well, what do we do now? What do we do now? Because I can't recall Wendi Adelson to the stand because I can't give her use and derivative use immunity. So the state said, well, okay, so we'll recall her, and you can handle that on your recross of Wendi Adelson. So a very strange remedy to a potential appeal issue. But what are these points that the state needs clarification on? They're Jeff Lacasse points.
We talked about a occasion on July 13th, 2014. It would have been the Sunday before the murder. And on
Look, I'm thinking back. I'm refreshing my memory.
occasion on July 13th, 2014.
Why does she always look like she's taking a shit when she's remembering something?
It would have been the Sunday before the murder. And on that occasion, did you, at your residence that evening, in the context of discussing the relocation issue involving you and your children moving to South Florida, did you say that Charlie, your brother, this defendant, had explored all options to resolve the problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost either $15,000 or $50,000?
No.
And did you have a conversation?
No, that didn't get brought up in the interview. I mean, it's not even a question to me that she did say that to Jeff Lacasse. I know that we're only going on his testimony, his reporting of that in the interview, but it's, there's absolutely no reason to disbelieve what Jeff Lacasse is telling us, right? Any notion of some jilted lover who wanted to make sure the Adelsons were convicted is horseshit. So I take it as completely true that she did say that to Jeff Lacasse. Now, if she did, which she did, say that to Jeff Lacasse, why in the interview is this sort of half throwing Charlie under the bus and Donna and then retracting that, you know? Well, it would be different if I thought it were my brother, but I don't think my immediate family did this. You know, Charlie, the one I'm really close with, he said that I was going to get you a TV for a divorce present, but it was cheaper. No, the other way around. I was going to get you a hitman for a divorce present, but it was cheaper to get you this TV. So instead, I got you this TV. You know, if that was real, if that was in any way real, why not say, hey, and you know what? Last summer, he said he looked into hiring a hitman. I didn't believe him. I just thought it was one of those crazy jokes, he says. Bad taste jokes, he says. But, yeah, didn't come up. Didn't come up, did it?
With Jeffrey Lacasse at your residence that night where you said you wanted to share something in confidence with him.
No.
Did you ever say that your brother had seriously hired a hitman where you weren't repeating the joke? You
No.
were serious. All right, and second point for clarification involves that dinner where you got sick at the dinner table.
Hey, Wendy, what's with all of these definitive answers? What happened to, it was 10 years ago, so I don't even remember my address. When did I meet my ex-husband? I had just finished my undergrad, so ridiculous. Yeah, memory's all back now, isn't it?
You recall which evening I'm speaking of?
I do.
This would have been about 2 weeks to a month after the homicide, I believe. Okay, and on that occasion, did you ever tell Jeffrey Lacasse that Charlie had referred to the dinner as a celebration dinner?
No.
Did you ever tell Jeffrey Lacasse that it was a celebration dinner?
No.
No further questions.
Cross-examine.
Very briefly.
What do you mean, very briefly, Daniel Rashbaum? It was for you that we did this.
Good afternoon. During your interrogation, do you recall Jeffrey Lacasse's name coming up?
Yes.
And do you recall that it was Jane McPherson who brought up his name, not you?
Yes, correct.
And
do you also recall that you manipulated the fuck out of Jane McPherson when you accosted her to take her on a 2-hour walk where you amplified and exaggerated the discussions, the argument discussions that you had with Mr. Lacasse in Gainesville? Where you planted the information that you could then extract from her sub rosa while in your interrogation room, after somehow manipulating all the police to let her in the first place. Do you remember that, Miss Adelson?
do you recall, as a result of his name being brought up, he was considered a suspect?
Yes. And
And you recall that Detective Isom asked you a lot of questions about him?
yes.
It's Investigator Isom or General Daniel Rashbaum. Why can't you get anything right? I mean, you and Isom are like two peas in a pod.
And he asked you about his car.
Yes.
And he asked you about his travel schedule.
Yes.
And he asked you for his information so that he could speak with him, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, he also asked you to sign a photograph of Jeff to declare that you had made a visual identification of his identity. And then you went on this extended little thing of, oh, this is so weird. It looks like a weird mugshot. Oh, yeah. Because who gets mugshots? Criminals. What is Jeff Lacasse? A murderer. So I guess he'll be having a mugshot now, right, Wendy?
But you didn't bring up his name, right?
No.
No, I just started saying things like, wow, Jeff sounds crazy when I speak about him like this, which the victim advocate Sarah Latour totally doesn't bite down on, right? She's just like, I don't think so. You haven't said anything to make us think that it would be Jeff. I hope to God not.
You didn't try to frame Jeffrey Lacasse for any murder, right?
Absolutely not.
In fact, Jane McPherson was the one who brought up his name, correct?
She was.
Yeah, you said that.
I have no further question.
Please approach.
You know, part of this investigation, I've only heard indirect things about Jane McPherson and where she stands on this now. But those things that I heard that are completely unchecked and unverified is that she very much stands by Wendi Adelson, where so many others in her circle fell away, didn't they? They started to think, well, maybe it is Wendi because she's weird as fuck. But Jane McPherson apparently is not one of those people and stands by. But I think Jane McPherson's one of those people where, thankfully, Jeff Lacasse was not this. But Jane McPherson probably is, where the subconscious, her subconscious is so resistant to accepting the reality that she was fucking played like a piano, manipulated, and she was fooled and all the rest of it, right? There's a little switch in people's heads, a lot of people, where if something like that happens, they will do anything subconsciously, right? Their realities will alter to defend against the self-confrontation of accepting that you were completely fucking, you know what I mean? Like, just totally fooled by this manipulative person here. So because of that switch in Jane's head, she's totally resistant to accepting the reality that Wendi did this. So that if she is standing by her to this day, that is probably largely the reason. But she should be extensively, maybe not investigated is the right word, interviewed. You know, they should have her in for a 7-hour interview and say, okay, tell us everything about your relationship, historically, presently, whatever, with Wendi Adelson. Have you ever felt that she lied to you at all, or anyone else? You know, deep psychological investigatory questions need to be asked of Jane because it would build a picture. It's such an important part to proving Wendy's complicity with the murder plot and foreknowledge and conspiracy. You know, another big one is canceling the trip to California to meet Jeff's parents, right? We have to be here on the 18th. I absolutely must be here to pick up the kids on the 18th. I cannot risk, even though it's in the height of summer, the weather's great, I cannot be on a plane the day before the 18th because I absolutely must be here on the 18th. Oh look, my television broke 6 months ago. Well, why don't we book an appointment for that on murder morning? How's it going, Charlie? That's probably the last time you'll ever hear your sister's voice. Not that you're missing much there. I'd pay good money to never hear that voice again. Hey, let's start a goal at the top of the chat. Fantastic Metrix goal. We've been working on the website all day. We've been coding all day. Soap's been working on the graphics. It's coming together. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. I've just got so many great ideas for how to package all of the information, right? How to get all of the documents together, all of the wiretaps, and have a deep resource of information available to all of us, totally free. No Patreon memberships, no nothing. Just totally fucking gratis. It's going to be deep.
But Jeffrey Lacasse's name did come up while you were in the interview room being interviewed in reference to the shooting, right?
Jane McPherson brought him up.
She was in the room with you during the interview.
For some of it, not for the whole time.
Okay, but during the part where Jeffrey Lacasse's name came up, she was in the interview room with you.
Yes, she brought him up.
And this is the same interview that we've referenced previously where you were taken from the restaurant to be told about what happened with Dan.
Yes.
Nothing further.
You may step down, ma'am. Will Miss Adelson be recalled by either the state or the defense again?
Certainly hope not, Your Honor.
You remain under subpoena. Please call your next witness.
Jeffrey Lacasse.
Mr. Lacasse, you remain under oath. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Lacasse, I want to take you back to July 13th, 2014. This is going to be the Sunday before the homicide that we're here about. Did you see Wendi Adelson that evening at her residence here in Tallahassee?
Yes, after we returned from dinner and a movie, we went back to her residence. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and at some point that evening, did the issue of the relocation battle...
I just have an issue with dinner and a movie. I don't know why. I mean, can you not think of anything else? It's not 1955, okay? Yeah, we're gonna go out for the diner and a piece of pie. I heard that they have cinnamon blueberry available today. It's a special, and apparently it's not to miss. And then the movie theater. I mean, come on, fucking have some imagination. What about Wet and Wild? Let's go to Wet and Wild.
that was going on back in the summer of 2013 come up?
It did.
And is that the issue we've already touched on, which has to do with her wanting to move to South Florida with the children and filing a petition to do so in the courts?
That's right, and by extension, the issue of being stuck in Tallahassee.
Okay. And while discussing that issue, did Ms. Adelson make some statements to you about her brother Charlie?
She did.
And what?
Yeah, California Amy says, the text Donna sent to Wendi on murder morning, something like, the TV repairman is coming this morning to look at the TV in the living room. Like, what the fuck, Donna? How many broken TVs are there in Wendi's house? I know, right? I mean, what are we saying about that? That it's a code for, like, all good with the hit, everything's in motion. Like, if Donna needed to convey another message, like there's a problem, she would have said that the TV repair guy is coming to look at the TV in the kitchen. So, I mean, you know, is that what it is? I mean, it's hard to tell sometimes, isn't it? It's hard to tell sometimes. I don't know that we have enough information to say with any certainty what the fuck that text is about.
What were those statements?
She asked to speak to me confidentially in a very serious tone of voice, told me that Charlie had investigated all possible options to take care of the problem of Danny Markel, including hiring a hitman.
Our friend says, yeah, the fact that Wendi insisted in having to be back that day pushes me back to thinking Wendi knew for sure the murder was happening that day. There is a stack of proof about that, our friend. It's not even a question. It's not even, well, did she know? Did she know it was happening that day? Did she know it was happening someday but not the day? No. She knew exactly it was happening that day. And we've got to make a list. We've got to make a list and then put it all in one video, because anyone with any doubts needs to know the truth. Needs to know the truth. Okay, so the Wendi having to be back and cancelling the trip to California. Wendi having to be back. Not go to Cali. Got to write them all down as they come up and then put them into one big video.
Which would cost about $15,000. And I later revised that and thought maybe it was $50,000, but the dollar amount was the only thing in question. She definitely said that Charles Adelson had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Danny Markel.
And when did she say Mr. Adelson had looked into hiring a hitman?
When the relocation was denied, the previous summer.
Okay, all right. And the dollar amount, so she either said 15 or 50, you're not sure which?
That's correct.
Okay. And when she said...
Hey, Afrin, if you send me your email address on Discord, we can set up an Excel spreadsheet on Google Docs, Google Sheets.
Said this, what was her demeanor like?
She's very serious.
All right, so definitely not the to be confused with the TV joke.
No, I'd heard that joke repeatedly. I knew that joke. This was something very different. This was chilling, a little scary, made my stomach flip. I found it disturbing. The joke was said in a lighthearted manner, and this was not said in that way. This was serious and said confidentially.
All right, thank you. And I want to, well, okay, I think we should go from there to the next day, which is going to be July 14th, 2014, the Monday before the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Wendi Adelson on that day?
Yeah, I can't remember if I contacted her, if she contacted me, but she was excited to see me. And I wasn't so sure about that because the night before we'd had an awkward conversation at the conclusion of that night, and I had told her that she didn't want to do this anymore, that she could just send me a text and I wouldn't, take any offense. We would just, break up. So I didn't get that text. Instead, I talked to Wendi Adelson, and she was excited to see me.
All right, so what did you do?
Well, then she...
And I came running over with flowers and said, do you want to go to dinner and a movie? How about that blueberry pie?
to call me back, and it went from her enthusiasm about seeing me to let's just meet at yoga tonight, go in separate cars. So there was a real shift in about 30 minutes.
Did you go to yoga?
We did. We went to yoga.
All right, and after yoga, was there a discussion about your relationship and the status of your relationship?
Yeah, a very brief one. I mean, yoga's not a great place to talk, obviously. So while we were sitting there, she seemed very cold, and I kind of got the the feeling that it was over, that this was it. So as we walked to the car, I tried to talk to her about the relationship, and that didn't go well. And so I just kind of put up my hands and walked away, feeling sad that this was it.
All right, and as you walked away, was that the end, or was there more conversation after you began to walk
No,
away?
she called out to me, and I walked back towards her. And she was deeply curious. Well, let me back up slightly. During that conversation, she didn't have any interest in spending any time with me for the rest of the week. So it kind of confirmed, like, this is over. But then when she called me back, she had
Hey, just on a side note, guys, I was listening to the Over My Dead Body podcast this morning, and I was reminded of something I'd completely forgotten, which was huge in the rift between the Adelsons and Professor Markel, which was because Professor Markel considered himself, I can't remember the word for it in the Jewish faith, but basically considered himself to be a member of the Jewish priestly class. And if you are, I think it's Kohen, he considered himself to be a Kohen. And if you're a Kohen, or a member of the Jewish priestly class, one thing you're not supposed to do is be in the presence of a dead body, like at a funeral viewing or something like that, or a grave site. Like, I think you can go to a funeral, but you're not supposed to go to the grave and bury the body, because that would, what is the word? Defile your priestly class, right? So when Donna's mother died, which we have heard references to Donna's mother repeatedly and throughout, clearly very, very, very strong influence on Donna, and probably something that she keeps with her, that influence, and the total inability to compromise and all of those sorts of stuff. Be strong, never give up, like it says on Wendy's necklace. All of this seems to have come down through the hereditarily, whatever, through the generations there. So when Donna's mother died, which was about a year into Dan and Wendy's marriage, Dan made his apologies and did not go to the funeral, which the Adelsons, particularly Donna, particularly Wendy, could not get their fucking heads around, right? I mean, real big slap in the face for them, and clearly something that they never let go of, I just think it's interesting when you get reminded of those peripheral details, because there's a lot more to it than simply the divorce or threatening the grandma motion and Wendy's law license. There are all of these other events and circumstances peppered through the relationship, all over the place, right? So real big deal. That's another list we need to make, right? Which will all be on the website. Fantastic lists with time codes, references, and stuff like that. So please do help us reach our goal at the top of the chat, target goal, website goal. Thank you, guys.
Series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday.
And Friday is going to be July 18th, right?
Yes,
And that's the date of the homicide?
that's exactly right.
What were her inquiries of you regarding that date?
I had a trip planned to Tennessee. She was aware that I was planning to leave about 11 a.m. on Friday. I need to get to Atlanta for an early dinner, so with traffic, she knew I was departing at 11. And at the yoga studio in the parking lot, she had...
Yeah, riding shotgun. I know that we have... Sorry, Donna Barkley, because your nice message, this stupid Nightbot thing, takes it out and writes to you and says, I hope you learned a lesson. Stop spamming symbol. Terrible, terrible. What a piece of shit software this is. I'm going to disable it. I'll see if I can do that right now because it's shit. To the moderators, we will come up with a better solution to do nice little shortcuts for posting links. I know that probably helps the job you guys do a great deal, and but it's not going to be Nightbot. I did look into this morning whether we can tweak the settings to make Nightbot not be a little bitch, but it doesn't look like it, and I hate it. Keep it for fucking surviving the survivor. But I do like the shortcuts. Obviously, we'll find something else that's better.
Asked if I was still going, if I didn't go, why not? What route I would be taking a lot of bizarre amount of interest in that trip that didn't make sense to me at the time, given that she didn't want to spend time with me.
And how does it make sense to you now?
Well, if I had left on my trip at the scheduled time that she had known about for quite a while, I would have driven pretty close to Danny Markel's house about the same time as at the murder, in a similar looking car to the suspect vehicle.
What type of vehicle did you drive?
I drove a 2004 Nissan Sentra that was silver metallic gray color.
So if you had followed your original plans, you would have been passing by the Markel residence or nearby there around the same time as the killers were fleeing?
Yeah, I would have been at Capitol Circle in Thomasville. Sure, I would have been on the same cell tower, for example. I think my life could have been pretty complicated had I taken my original plans.
All right.
Hey, thanks so much, Donna Barkley. Glad there's no hard feelings with this Nightbot. Thank you for the super chat.
So you didn't, I guess, take the original plans.
No, I did not. I had made a last minute decision the night before to leave Thursday night instead. I had not informed Ms. Adelson about that because we weren't speaking. Actually, no, I don't know that anyone, for sure that anyone in Tallahassee knew I had changed my plans, just the people at the other end.
All right, so you were actually in Tennessee at the time of the homicide.
I was.
And when we've heard you were called in as a potential suspect, and apparently named by a Jane McPherson. Do you know who that is?
I do.
Okay, who is that?
That was a friend of Wendi Adelson's, and she was a doctoral student in our program. I had not much of a relationship with her, just a kind of a working relationship. We'd worked on a couple of projects together, but I didn't know her very well at all.
But someone that knew that you had been dating Wendi.
Yeah, I think she was a confidant of Wendi Adelson's. Yes, for sure.
Okay, so you get called in, and were you able to provide documentation to show that you were in Tennessee and not in Tallahassee?
Yeah, I was excluded fairly quickly because the investigators found Kmart surveillance footage of me at a Kmart in Tennessee using my credit card and my cell phone showing me there shortly after the murder, so it was impossible that I was the shooter.
All right, and then was there also some similar type coincidences around the time of the trip that the killers made in June?
Yes. On June 6th, I had a business trip to Gainesville, and I departed at 11 a.m. on a Friday, June 6th, which Ms. Adelson would have known about by March. So really, I take 2 trips out of Tallahassee in my car the whole spring and summer semester. And both times, hitmen try to kill Danny Markel.
Okay. Any further contact with Wendi after the yoga date?
We, about 10 days after the murder, she reached out to a mutual friend, and we had a few phone calls.
And during one of those phone calls, did you learn about a dinner where Wendi had become ill at the table?
Yes, I did learn about that.
And what did you learn about that dinner?
that she went out to dinner with Charlie for what he called a celebration dinner. He said something to her. She spontaneously vomited on the table.
And this would have been within how much time after the homicide?
Within a few weeks.
Was it specified that the celebration was in reference to Dan Markel's death as opposed to anything else?
Wasn't specified.
Okay. But whatever it was, that's the dinner where she vomited.
That's right. That's right.
One moment, please. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Let's shift gears a teeny bit.
Okay?
When you and Miss Adelson were dating, there were occasions when she would drive, right?
Yes.
Did she have a good sense of direction?
I don't know.
You're aware that when she was married to, she lived in Professor Markel, she lived on the house on Trescott, right?
Yes.
And when you were dating Wendi, would she often use Trescott as a shortcut to get from one place to another?
She used it a few times when I was in the car, if that's what you're asking. She did that on June 27th, the day we departed to Gainesville at 11 a.m. on a Friday.
I think you said in one of your interviews that she would do that at least 100 times, drive by the house.
That was a figure of speech.
Now, you mentioned, we'll start with the joke, the
Yes.
bad joke.
Yes.
You mentioned this TV joke, how it was lighthearted, bad humor, certainly in the context of what happened, but it was a joke.
Yeah, it was dark humor, I would say, but it was clearly a joke. Yes.
And do you recall that joke being given at that Yardbird dinner?
I don't.
Could it have been given at that Yardbird? I wouldn't even call it a joke, right? I mean, a joke should be kind of... it's a flippant comment. It's not a joke. There's no punchline. It's like Charlie Adelson says, hey, you know what? I was going to get my sister a TV. No, I was going to get her a Hitman for her divorce present, but it was cheaper to get her a TV. That is not a joke. It's not even remotely funny. There's no... none of the elements that would fall and be necessary for the classification of joke are present at all. It's a flippant comment at best.
For dinner?
It could have, but I don't recall it, and I actually think I might remember that,
I'm sure you do.
given what happened.
I think one thing that has been established is you believe that Wendi Adelson tried to frame you for Professor Markel's murder, right?
I'm suspicious that there was an effort made in that way, yes.
And so that has affected your viewpoint, correct?
Sure.
Well, let's talk about your viewpoint. And we have to go a little bit back and repeat a couple things to put it in context. So you meet with Charlie Adelson. He tells you that he's he's friends with people in the criminal element. You say thanks for a great meeting, correct? Send him a nice text.
The next day I sent him a text, yes.
You don't go to the police.
No, I don't go to the police.
You then hear that Charlie's made a joke many times about this TV being cheaper than hiring a hitman.
Heard the joke twice.
Okay. You don't go to the police.
No.
Then in June, at a time when...
I don't know who the lady in the white turtleneck is. Spacey Dove. But, I don't know, she looks like she lives in Tallahassee.
Wendi Adelson is breaking up with you. She sits you down and she says, I have to confide the biggest secret in my life. That a year ago, my brother actually looked into hiring a hitman. That's your testimony here today, right?
You said in June, sir?
In June? I'm sorry, in July.
Okay.
In
Can you-
July.
Can you restate that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll do it again.
I'm sorry.
I'll try to keep it lower this time. In July of 2004.
Okay, look at the sea of smiling faces. Even that blonde girl on the 1, 2, 3, 4th row is smiling away. Everyone's smiling. Oh, except Phil Markel, front and center. He doesn't think it's funny at all.
14.
Yes.
About a week before the murder, when you're breaking up with Wendi Adelson, or things are seriously not good, she sits you down and she says, Jeffrey, I've got to confide in you. My brother actually looked into hiring a hitman. That's your testimony here today.
No, she didn't sit me down. She said it in passing, and she had a habit of blurting out things.
Lacasse claimed that K-Turn drank her dinner most nights, but she said she doesn't drink. Well, that's quite common for people that drink, isn't it? Lacasse also said that she would be having a bottle and a half of wine while being home alone with the kids and fall down in the bathroom and bruise up her arm. I mean, you know, and then of course we've got the Euphoria dinner where she had 2 big old giant martinis. Those are Euphoria martinis. They're probably $35 a drink. Yeah, there's that boozy picture of her quite recently. Well, a couple of years ago, that we got from our good friend. Was it Michelle? Michelle, whose cousin was out with Wendi on a business meeting with the client, but we're going out for drinks sort of thing, right? Should we bring that up? You tell me if Wendi does not look hammered in this picture. There's plenty of evidence that she drinks in excess, to excess. Where is the picture? Let's see. Exports. Icons. 1 and 2. Okay, so there's one. Having a good time with the client. And then another one where you can see her drink. What does that look like to you? A virgin mojito? I don't think so. I think that's a big old bullet bourbon cocktail. I actually looked up what cocktails you can make with bourbon, and there are many. They look pretty nice, to be honest.
That weren't in her own self-interest, but she did do that. She did make that statement, yes, sir.
And it was chilling to you.
It was.
Unlike the joke, you thought it was real.
It was real, yes.
Did you go to the police?
I did not.
And then you break up.
Kind of. She strung me along for another week, as you know. Mostly, yeah, but kind of.
Well, the murder happens and you get called in as a suspect of the murder.
Right.
And you're upset at that point.
Yes, I was upset.
And you have a first interview with the police. And then you have a second interview with the police.
Yes.
And during the second interview with the police, you talked solely about Wendi Adelson.
Yeah, I think that's right. I felt like I needed to say they needed to look at Wendi Adelson as well. That was the point of that talk. Yes, sir.
That was the point of that talk.
Yes.
And you even, you don't mention actually Charlie Adelson at all in that second
I
interview.
already had done so, so yes, you're correct.
So that second interview, you talk just about Wendi Adelson. And in fact, you're so uncomfortable in the interview. You tell the police that. You say, I'm so uncomfortable, and Detective Isom asked you why. Do you recall that?
It wasn't a Detective Isom.
Okay, I'm sorry. The detective who was interviewing you asked you why.
I don't, you have to remind me on that.
Well, let me remind you what you
Yeah.
said. You said, because it's hard for me, because if she would take me back right now, I would go back to her.
Yeah, I was still under her spell to some degree. I would say I was fairly pathetic at that point. I would acknowledge that, yeah.
So let me understand this, because I want to make sure I've got it right. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Sure.
Wendi Adelson has told you that her brother looked into hiring a hitman sometime in 2013. He gets murdered.
He does.
You go to an interview, and during that interview, you're still thinking about staying with Wendi Adelson. You don't want to talk badly about her because you still want to be with her.
You're talking about this July 23rd interview specifically?
Yes.
Yeah, it only been a week. It was still pretty fresh. I was still pretty mixed up. That's right.
Okay, well, let's see how mixed up you were after that. So then you're clearly broken up at that point. We can agree, right?
Actually, I would say yes functionally, but I've testified before that Miss Adelson and I had conversations.
Yeah, I agree, Afrin. When Jeff can say to a huge audience, I would acknowledge that I was pretty pathetic at that point. Yeah, I would acknowledge that. That's exactly the kind of introspection that Jane McPherson clearly is incapable of adopting for herself, because otherwise she would be able to see what actually happened. Jeff's a good example of self-awareness.
In August, where she behaved as if we were still together, and we had a conversation that finally ended it, initiated by me. Now, practically, we were broken up.
You never dated. You never went on a date with her again, right?
Never saw her again other than in our courtroom, right?
Fair enough. Fair enough. Then she tells you, according to you, that my client, Charlie Adelson, says that she had a celebration dinner with Charlie, and that the celebration dinner was about the murder of Professor Markel.
I don't recall saying that last part.
But that's how you took it, right?
I worried that was the case. I told the police, and my understanding is Wendi conceded she
fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
That was me just testing if the coffee alerts are working.
Do you know that the first time you told the police that was in March of 2015?
I do know that.
So what happened in September of 14? What happened in October of 14? What happened in November of 14? What happened in December of 14? January of 15? February of 15? You still didn't think that was important to tell the police?
I'm happy to answer that. I think you deserve an explanation on that. You may have noticed in my March 6, 2015 interview, I come in with notes, big pile of notes. those notes are written in July of August. They're written pretty quick after the murder. I didn't come in right away, partially because I was scared of your client. I was scared of the repercussions if I went on the record further about my suspicion. So I was reluctant to come back in because I was frankly scared.
Oh, I get it. You were scared of him in August of 14, but you weren't scared of him in March of 2015.
Now I decided to man up. I decided it was a homicide and needed to man up. That's the decision I came
Right.
to.
You weren't scared to tell him that my client had actually looked into a hitman a year earlier. That didn't scare you. You could.
Oh, let's see. Short, grey-haired. Short, grey-haired lady sitting in the back row. What, with the pink shawl? That's not, what is it? Cat corner lady? I don't know. It's not that. Unless you're talking about someone else.
You say thanks for a great meeting, correct? Send him a nice text.
The next day I sent him a text, yes.
You don't go to the police.
No, I don't go to the police.
Okay.
Yeah, this nightbot fucker just won't quit, will he? I've deleted him from being a moderator and removed the permissions. Maybe it's because I removed him while we're still live. So, definitely by the next stream, he'll be gone.
You then hear that Charlie's made a joke many times about this TV being cheaper than hiring a hitman.
Heard the joke twice.
Okay. You don't go to the police.
No.
Then in June, at a time when Wendi Adelson is breaking up with you, she sits you down and she says, I have to confide the biggest secret in my life. That a year ago, my brother actually looked into hiring a hitman. That's your testimony here today, right?
You said in June, sir?
In June? I'm sorry, in July.
Okay.
In July.
Can you restate that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll do it again.
I'm sorry.
I'll try to keep it lower this time. In July of 2014,
Yes.
about a week before the murder, when you're breaking up with Wendi Adelson, or things are seriously not good, she sits you down and she says, Jeffrey, I've got to confide in you. My brother actually looked into hiring a hitman. That's your testimony here today.
No, she didn't sit me down. She said it in passing, and she had a habit of blurting out things that weren't in her own self-interest. But she did do that. She did make that statement, yes, sir.
And it was chilling to you.
It was.
Unlike the joke, you thought it was real.
It was real, yes.
Did you go to the police?
I did not.
Did you call the police?
And then you break up.
Kind of. She strung me along for another week, as you know. Mostly, yeah, but kind of.
Well, the murder happens and you get called in as a suspect of the murder.
Right.
And you're upset at that point.
Yes, I was upset.
And you have a first interview with the police, and then you have a second interview with the police.
Yes.
During the second interview with the police, you talk solely about Wendi Adelson.
Yeah, I think that's right. I felt like I needed to say they needed to look at Wendi Adelson as well. That was the point of that talk. Yes, sir.
That was the point of that talk.
Yeah.
And Detective Isom asked you why. Do you recall that?
It wasn't a Detective Isom.
Okay, I'm sorry. The detective who was interviewing you asked you why.
I don't. You have to remind me on that.
Well, let me remind you what you
Yeah.
said. You said, because it's hard for me, because if she would take me back right now, I would go back to her.
Yeah, I was still under her spell to some degree. I would say I was fairly pathetic at that point. I would acknowledge that. Yeah.
So let me understand this, because I want to make sure I've got it right. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Sure.
Wendi Adelson has told you that her brother looked into hiring a hitman sometime in 2013. He gets murdered.
He does.
You go to an interview, and during that interview, you're still thinking about staying with Wendi Adelson. You don't want to talk badly about her because you still want to be with her.
You're talking about this July 23rd interview specifically?
Yes.
Yeah, it only been a week. It was still pretty fresh. I was still pretty mixed up. That's right.
Okay, well, let's see how mixed up you were after that. So then you're clearly broken up at that point. We can agree, right?
Actually, I would say yes functionally, but I've testified before that Miss Adelson and I had conversations.
Bearing in mind the reason Daniel Rashbaum is jumping up and down like a monkey that's performing magic is it's very important for Daniel Rashbaum to disprove that Jeff's statement that Wendi Adelson made a statement to him in confidence, very serious, not the joke. Charlie looked into hiring a hitman the year before, and it was going to cost $50,000. And I'm sure Dano's watching this from the Icon live, thinking that Daniel Rashbaum is doing a great job, embarrassing Jeff, showing the jury that he's a liar and a cheat. But I know that the jury are completely bored, and you can see on Jeff Lacasse's face, like, what are you doing, man? I'm just here to tell you what I know, okay? You didn't call the police?
In August, where she behaved as if we were still together, and we had a conversation that finally ended and initiated by me. Now, practically, we were broken up.
You never dated.
Oh, we're cutting out on the audio? What, my audio? The microphone audio? What can we do about that? Maybe it was because I was just playing another video to check if I could find something, but we won't.
Never went on a date with her again, right?
Never saw her again other than in our courtroom, right?
Fair enough. Then she tells you, according to you, that my client, Charlie Adelson, says that she had a celebration dinner with Charlie, and that the celebration dinner was about the murder of Professor Markel.
I don't recall saying that last part.
But that's how you took it, right?
I worried that was the case. I told the police, and my understanding is Wendi conceded she threw up on her dinner table.
Do you know that the first time you told the police that was in March of 2015?
I do know that.
So what happened in September of 14? What happened in October of 14? What happened in November of 14? What happened in December of 14? January of 15? February of 15? You still didn't think that was important to tell the police?
I'm happy to answer that. I think you deserve an explanation on that.
Got to screenshot that. Look at that.
In December of 14, January of 15, February of 15, you still didn't think that was important? Tell the police?
I'm just getting some screenshots, bear with me. I love that pose. That's called the surrender pose.
I'm happy to answer that. I think you deserve an explanation on that. You may have noticed in my March 6, 2015 interview, I come in with notes, big pile of notes. Those notes are written in July of August. They're written pretty quick after the murder. I didn't come in right away, partially because I was scared of your client. I was scared of the repercussions if I went on the record further about my suspicion. So I was reluctant to come back in because I was frankly scared.
Oh, I get it. You were scared of him in August of 14, but you weren't scared of him in March of 2015.
Now I decided to man up. Decided it was a homicide and needed to man up. That's the decision I came
Right.
to.
You weren't scared to tell him that my client had actually looked into a hitman a year earlier. That didn't scare you. You could tell him that in July.
No, I was.
Hold on, sir. Let me ask the question.
Fair enough.
In July of 2014, you told police that Charlie Adelson, you heard, actually looked at hiring a hitman. You weren't scared to tell him that.
I asked for police protection. I was scared.
You told them that in July of 2014. Isn't that correct?
Yes, in the same conversation, I said, can I get some assurances? Can I get some protection? I have something I want to tell you. I'm scared to tell you.
But you were too scared to tell them about a celebration dinner comment, and you waited almost half a year to tell them?
Well, I did wait half a year to tell them, but the notes I brought in were written right after that interview. I also wanted to get my thoughts together because I thought this day might come. And in those first 2 interviews, there was a lot going on. It was pretty traumatic, so I wanted to collect my thoughts. So that's what I was doing, in addition to being pretty frightened and having to get over that idea.
Isn't it true that those comments never happened, and you're upset because you believe that this family tried to frame you for murder?
Everything I'm saying is true.
I'm sure it is. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Move to strike the "I'm sure it is" comment.
I'll withdraw it.
Withdrawn. Please disregard, members of the jury.
I have no further comments for this.
Questions?
Or questions.
Nice, Jojo.
This may
Good job,
seem
Jojo.
like a fine point, but I want to make sure it's crystal clear. When Mr. Rashbaum was asking you about the hot tub conversation, Mr. Rashbaum said that his client said that he was friends with people in the criminal element. Is that exactly what was said?
The word I recall is he had connections and friends on both sides of the tracks.
Okay. Connections to
Criminal
the criminal
elements. In
element.
particular, there was the Cuban neighborhood comment that I repeated to the TPD later.
Gotcha.
Actually, on July 21st, first interview, I mentioned that comment.
Okay. How many pages of notes do you have in reference to this case?
Like right now or over the last 9 years?
I mean, kind of over the last 9 years.
Yeah. I'm a researcher by training. I'm an analytic person by nature. So those 6 months was pretty obsessive. I was reviewing every text message, every email, writing. I condensed it down. I think if you watch the videotape, you would see me bring in 3, 4, 5 pages. But I would say I wrote probably 100 pages before I came in to see them the third time.
Going through every receipt,
Yes.
every detail,
Yes.
partially out of what? What motivation?
Well, pretty traumatic, so fear was part of it. Like, if they can catch the people that did this, I'll be safe. That was a big piece of it. Also, this was a brutal murder, and I wanted to see justice done, and I did not want to leave something sitting on the shelf. If I was in the possession of something that could help, I wanted to help.
And isn't it true that you didn't know what was going to end up being important out of all the nuggets you dug out of the phone and everywhere
I
else?
had no idea, and I also told them repeatedly, I hope and pray this wasn't Wendi and Charlie Adelson. But just in case, here's the stuff I have.
And Mr. Rashbaum asked you about why didn't you go to the police when you learned that Mr. Adelson had in fact looked into hiring a hitman. Just to reiterate, the statement was made the Monday before the murder, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's the statement where Wendy's relating it to you.
Yes.
All right, so that's going to be in 2014.
Yes.
Okay, and she's making a statement about something that occurred in what year?
2013.
All right, why didn't you go to the police with this information?
Because it was a past tense thing she was reporting, I did not sense that it was a present danger. I didn't know hitmen had already visited Tallahassee. I didn't realize there was an active murder plot.
In hindsight, should you have gone to the police with this information?
Yes.
One moment, please. Nothing else, Your Honor.
Lacasse, you may step down. Mr. Rashbaum, you have something that you need to raise.
Maybe we go sidebar briefly.
Approach.
Approach. Maybe we go sidebar, Judge. How long is the sidebar? Lot of fireworks, Daniel Rashbaum. You bored the shit out of everybody. I've never seen such a bad, boring lawyer that I've watched so much, right? Normally, if I watch a trial and the lawyer is shit, it's not interesting, is it? But Daniel Rashbaum's unique in that he's interesting because he's boring. That's exactly what makes him so fascinating. The fact that he is just that boring. Quite amazing. Charlie doesn't look very happy, does he? Every night he goes back to a holding cell. Can you imagine that? Like, you're on trial for your life. It's the biggest pressure you're ever going to be under. And every night you go back, you don't get to go back and, wind down, have a nice shower, a dinner. You just go back to a fucking cell with shit on the walls, next to it, and sleep next to a toilet with no seat and a gym mat pillow, and eat plastic potato, instant potato. I mean, that would really suck. I mean, it would be a horrible experience if you had a really nice hotel, right? You're on trial for your life, super stressful, and you have to go back to those conditions.
At this point,
Well, I think what may make sense first.
I wonder if he has to change back into jail scrubs. I guess so, right? I mean, they must. They're not going to let him keep his tie or anything else, right? I mean, it's back into jail scrubs, straight out the courtroom, get changed, and back into your. He'll be in solitary, I mean, they're just going to keep him in a box, and then he comes in here. I mean, can you imagine what a difference that would make? Not being able to get centered and in the zone for the biggest thing of your life, especially when it's your turn to testify. You're going to do that on a shitty sleep and plastic potato mash? Bad news.
With all respect, is maybe let them just ask him whether he has the notes first and whether they can get them, rather than do an inquiry. I don't think the state has done anything wrong.
Spacey Dove says, I think Rashbaum is the worst lawyer of all the trials I've followed. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there are some really bad ones out there. That prosecutor in the Colin Griffin case was like, what is wrong with you, man? There are some, we see them all the time. I mean, I think it's more rare to see a really good attorney, to be honest. But yeah, it's hard to imagine someone worse than him. But I suppose that we do have to factor in what he had to work with. I mean, if we gave Daniel Rashbaum a case that was a little less clean cut, with a little shorter stack of evidence against the accused, I mean, I think it's the case that's ultimately hopeless. I mean, Daniel Rashbaum, I can see certain tactics that he's honed that would be useful in certain situations. you know, he does. I mean, he's terrible. But all of these things of like, I'm the closer. Yeah, I'm the closer. You know, I mean, when it came to closing or opening for that matter, but more importantly, the closing, there was nothing there. But again, you know, you have to think about what could you possibly say when the state's evidence against Charlie Adelson was as strong as it was, and Georgia's such a good. I mean, Georgia really is a closer. She always delivers a breathtaking closing. It basically flawless. I don't think I've ever seen one fuck up on Georgia's closing, and she's closed all 3 trials so far. I think she opened the first one in 2019, Sigfredo and Katie. But apart from that, Sarah Dugan's opened KD2 and Charlie's. But Georgia closes all 3. And does a fucking bulletproof job. So I guess that's another factor we have to work in, is the his what do you call it? Not counterpart, not nemesis. What's the word? His adversary. His adversary, whatever, you know, the prosecutor. But I do believe that I could have got up in this case with the exact same case that Daniel Rashbaum had, the same excuse. I could have got up there with no fucking notes and delivered a better closing with not even any legal training. His closing was so bad.
Well, I think that directly goes to factor 1, whether there is a violation, but yes.
I don't think there's a violation, but I think I'm entitled to the notes if he has them, and then we can recall them.
Very well. Does your client need to use the restroom or take a break?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll take a 10-minute break and we'll go back on at 3:40. Ms. Kappelman, how many more witnesses do you plan to call before we?
Your Honor, but we can see how long the next 10 days.
Okay. 3:40 to start again.
Yeah, riding shotgun. I mean, both of them were having repeated, regular disputes from patients with the Board of Dentistry, and but that was a big one when he broke the guy's jaw. I think it was actually a fracture. When you hear the phrase broke the guy's jaw, we imagine this, ripping off his face or something. I think it was a fracture that was that probably does happen on occasion. I mean, some people have more brittle bones than others, I guess. I don't know.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
Thank you so much, On the Mountain. Great June testimony show. Yeah, well, and other things. Go back and check out. We did a few videos on June a while ago on our channel page. If you go to the channel page and type June Umchinda, I'm sure they'll come up. Thanks for the coffee, On the Mountain. Oh, we've still got Jeff up here. I mean, Donna Barkley says that she thinks Jeff loved Wendi. No, No. I mean, he didn't even know her. He only saw a facade, an illusion. He saw what he wanted to see. It seems what he wanted to see was someone that he could rescue or provide for. I mean, he says this outright. He says, she knew how much I wanted a family. And she used that, she said the kids should start calling you daddy and so on. He was looking for that permanent relationship, settle down and build on, and thought that coming in to Wendy's life as she was portraying it, this woman who had had a horrible divorce and was getting hounded by her obsessive Professor Markel ex, he wanted to be there. He wanted to protect her and help her and take the strain away from her. I mean, very noble gesture, but I don't think he loved her because he didn't even fucking know her, right? I think he realized that afterwards. And, he saw what he wanted to see and possibly fell in love with that, but it was falling in love with an idea that he wanted to find, right? Which is often what people do, I think.
No. I understand. That's clear.
Infatuated, I mean, Wendi only allowed him to see what she wanted him to see in order to get the most out of him. I mean, whether he was infatuated, in love, or whatever, it doesn't matter because it wasn't real. It was an illusion, and he fooled himself into believing it. And she took advantage of his need to believe it. So I don't think he was infatuated either, to be honest. I mean, I think he enjoyed he goes on about this in the interview. He says, she has this sexuality, you throw yourself in front of a bus for this woman. I mean, she was clearly giving him portions of his dream, right? But it was all just a con game. And Wendi was never in this to be in a relationship with Jeff. I think she identified very early on that he would be a useful asset in the murder plot. That she could make jealous on purpose, force into a argument in Gainesville by leaving out the day planner on purpose with Daniel Sack's name all over it. We see Jeff observe this pattern because he says in interview she was covering her tracks well at some point and then got sloppy. You think she got sloppy by accident? No, she got sloppy on purpose because she was baiting him into having into screwing with his emotions so he would, quote unquote, lose it and have a argument, difficult conversation, accused, jealous, whatever, all of these things, so that she could then go to Jane and say, oh my God, he flew into a jealous rage in Gainesville. I think he might be dangerous, or whatever it is that she said, right? So that, it's just the depth of Wendy's plan is quite, it's something to behold. It really is. But do you understand what kind of pedigree you have to be to even be considered a likely suitor for an Adelson, especially Wendi Adelson? Jeff is not that. Okay, he's a professor. That's not enough. That's not enough at all, you know. Basement apartment, 2004 Nissan Sentra with duct tape on the fucking bumpers. You know, I mean, nothing. Parents didn't warm to him at all. Wendi pretended that she was going to visit his parents, and part of that was the whole, yeah, let's send him this way, let's send him the other way, let's make him think that we're really in this and then not, and then twist and fold and twist and just, you know, just wind the guy up until he's going mad. Very sick to do that to someone on purpose. I mean, but it was all building right from the inception of their introduction. You know, she saw, I mean, a person like Wendi can identify a mark in about 2 seconds. Oh, there's a guy with emotional needs that I can abuse and use and twist, and it'll be easy. And trust me, I mean, you know, so when you're someone like Wendi that's seemingly gone all in to abandoning any concept of human decency or kindness or empathy or anything, you know, not one bit. Not one bit. There's no guilt here. She abandoned that. She was probably born with it, because we are, right? This is the one of the things about the dark triad fucking personality traits of what do you call it? Narcissistic personality disorder, borderline, psychopathy, sociopathy, all of those things. Are they nature or nurture? I think it's a mix. Because there's a point that people come to. You know, there are genetic predispositions to those disorders, but at some point, and this depends on upbringing, I suppose, is that there's a decision made where you either, you know, want to work on yourself for the betterment of your own being and other people's, or you don't. And Wendi didn't, clearly. And when that happens, people become the ultimate fucking dangerous hunters. And those hunters, they can spot a guy like Jeff a fucking mile away in 2 seconds. So all the way through their relationship, it wasn't the case of like, she got out of a divorce and met this great guy called Jeff who was really kind and she thought they had a future. Are you kidding? Does anyone believe that? Does anyone believe that Wendi was looking at Jeff like, hey, this guy's really nice and he's so supportive and that's so much more of what I need than what I had in my relationship with Professor Markel, and I think he might be the one. Does anyone here, please, if you believe that, put a fucking emoticon lightning bolt in the fucking chat comments, because I want to understand your brain. Yeah, none of that. This wasn't a relationship where her feelings developed over time and then, as Daniel Rashban would put it, undeveloped, which is completely a misuse of the word undeveloped. Undeveloped means something that hasn't developed, not something that reverses its development. It's an adjective. It's not a noun. It's not a verb. Anyway.
Would like to inquire of the witness about the notes.
Yeah, Lenny, 100% sloppy by design, you know. Oh, My day planner. I mean, you know, and this is without even touching the new stuff that came out of the video Jeff Lacasse interview Unredacted, coming home from conferences with slap marks on your ass, going out and having sex with Daniel Sack, and then coming back before showering and having sex with Jeff. I mean, all, you know, there's so much that she was completely baiting him. It wasn't like she got careless or accidental. It was specifically for the purposes of putting him into a jealous frame of mind where he would give her some form of confrontation, which listening to Jeff and understanding him through the multiple lenses that we've been able to see him, I severely doubt he was unreasonable in any of the, you know, I don't think he, you know, put her up against the wall or threw a coffee table across the room or any of that kind of next level shit. You know, it was a verbal, grown up, mature confrontation, and it was uncomfortable, and he raised his voice. That's it, right? But when she went to Jane for that talk in the park just before the murder happened, planted those seeds, do you think she told the story how it was? Oh, he sat me down and said, we've really got to talk about our relationship, and I've become aware that you've been seeing other men, and I'm uncomfortable with that, and I just want to know where I stand. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure it was a little bit more heated than that, but, you know, essentially, that was the, you know, I don't think he was, you know, saying something along the lines of if I can't have you, then no one will, or insisting that, you know, I mean, I think ultimately the question was, do you want to be in a relationship with me or not? And if you don't, can you please stop pretending that you do? And if you don't, then I'm going to go and we'll call it a day. You know, essentially that was the object of his discovery, of his difficult conversation with Wendi. Do you think Wendi told it to Jane like that? Do you think if she had have told the truth to Jane, that would have prompted her so much to bring his name up as a suggested person of interest in a fucking murder? Is Jeff this much of a lunatic? I wonder if Wendi used the word lunatic when she was describing it to Jane. He flew into a rage. He was all sweaty and puffy, and he went all red. He was a lunatic. He grabbed me. He grabbed my neck. I wouldn't put it past it for Wendi to give herself a little fucking bruise on her neck and you say, see what he did? See what he did? He grabbed my neck. You know, it's not just the line, the initial line from Jane of, is Jeff this much of a lunatic? She goes on. When Wendy's out the room and she's talking to General Isom just one-on-one, she's like, listen, me as a social worker, I would be looking at Jeff Lacasse. He's a jealous guy. You know, Jeff Lacasse has had his background looked into. He's a divorcee himself. He'd recently been divorced before he met Wendi. They spoke to his wife. No jealousy issues, no violence issues, nothing that would even remotely support that there were good grounds for Jane to have that opinion of Jeff strong enough to suggest him in a murder investigation. Which tells us that Wendi specifically made the effort to give Jane that state of mind. Another huge indicator of Wendi knowing full well what was going on and when it was happening. And the premeditation. I mean, if my theory is correct, that Jeff was only selected back in September of 2013, 9 months, 10 months, September, October, it was the fall of 2013, they were introduced and dated casually, and then in, what was it, end of February, beginning of March, they became what Jeff thought was exclusive. And I'm saying that right from when they met, that Wendi identified that he would be an asset, not just to look after the kids, but would later be an asset to at least send the cops in a direction that wasn't directly to the fucking Icon building, while they all go down to Florida. Well, that's another thing. I was listening to the Over My Dead Body podcast this morning, and I remembered that, that Donna and Harvey, this is for Professor Markel's memorial service held on Sunday the 20th, I believe, that they, Donna and Harvey, hired off-duty Tallahassee cops to be their protection at the memorial service. The fuck? Hey, thanks so much, Riding Shotgun and Evan, Elizabeth Dukes. So kind of you guys. Thank you. Yeah, well, I think I've rambled enough. Let's get back to the testimonies. Beautiful Digs. I like the name.
We figured we'll do that now since he's here.
Without the jury or with?
With.
Okay.
It'll be quick, Your Honor, I promise.
What one question that becomes 9?
Oh, I've got to catch up on these comments. There's some good ones here. Pepe D's Nuts says, I had an ex who would bait me to make me upset so she could use it against me. It didn't work. Well, that's awful. Good job they're an ex, Pepe. Yeah, try and steer clear of that in the future. Who needs that shit? Julio. There are inconsistencies in his stories. He was but hurt. Who, Jeff? I mean, what inconsistencies? I mean, you know, inconsistencies are usually an indication of, I mean, that's just truthfulness, aren't they? I mean, it's when a story doesn't change. I mean, as long as they're not dramatic inconsistencies. I don't know of any dramatic inconsistencies. I can just hear Charlie talking to Donna. What is she doing with this loser? Exactly, Paul M., right? And like Donna needed to be told that. I mean, you have to be... Look at the other people that Wendi stated. Okay, you've got Professor Markel, first of all, right? Harvard-educated, very, very scholarly, and of the priestly class within the Jewish faith, a Kohen. I hope I've got that right. A Kohen. Let's look it up. Kohen. Jewish. Kohen refers to a member of the priestly lineage, traditionally descendants of Aaron, brother of Moses. Wow. They are known as Kohanim in Hebrew, Kohanim in Hebrew, and hold specific honors and restrictions within the Jewish faith. Anyone who missed it earlier, anyone who's just joined us, Dan believed himself to be a Kohen, a member of the Jewish priestly lineage, and part of that is that you would not be, I don't know if allowed is the right word, but you wouldn't be in the presence of a dead body, like at a burial, for instance. So when Donna's mother died, he refused to attend the funeral because he was a member of the priestly lineage, a Kohen, and Donna and Wendi and the rest of the Adelsons couldn't fucking understand that and were majorly upset about it and thought that he was being a pompous asshole and all of the rest of it. So must have been a significant contributor to the feelings of dismay within the extended family. Wendi used her kids for Danny, Jeff, Donna. It's pathetic. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Wendi is not a mother like that normal mothers are mothers, right? Especially with those two kids. I mean, they're only tools. They are purely tools. And if she loves them, it's in the same way I love my cordless drill. Because it's got 3 settings and, it's got a good motor. Or my socket wrench. Why do I like my socket wrench? Because it can get jobs done. I can achieve things with my tools, yeah? That's how Wendi sees her kids. Now, I might love my socket wrench. I might not want to lose my socket wrench, but it's only, if I did, it would just mean that I'd lost a tool. I think she used Jeff as much as Charlie used Katie. I think Charlie and Katie actually had a better relationship than Wendi and Jeff, for sure, 100%. I mean, yes, he was using her, but I do think that he enjoyed her. We've listened to a lot of their calls. There's a lot of jokey talk and they're doing impressions. I do believe it does seem like they actually had some form of genuine fun between them. We've never seen any evidence of that with Wendi and Jeff at all. At all. We've heard him talk about, hey, she's really sexual. Well, okay. The man likes sex. Okay. I think we've heard that one before. Other than that, it seemed like a pretty boring, Jeff told us that, well, I was pretty much her personal assistant / babysitter for the last 9 months. He told us that she had him mopping her kitchen floors. He also told us that woman never did anything for me. This is the kind of woman, if you're sick and your girlfriend brings you chicken soup, she would never bring you soup. So that was Jeff's own description of their relationship, right? In contrast to Charlie and Katie's, and although he was using her, there's plenty of evidence that we can listen to specifically when they do not know that they're being recorded, where they're not talking about a murder plot and he's not demanding things from her. They are actually having a good-hearted, jokey, flirty conversation. They for sure had a better relationship than Wendi and Jeff, 100%. You miss them. Do you ever get a conviction for that one? She did the exact same thing to Dan. Used him for kids and a post-divorce payday. She did the exact same thing with Dan. Used him for kids and a post-divorce payday. Who, Jeff? Oh, I see. I don't even think she wanted the kids. I mean, I think she was I think she was encouraged. She was encouraged to get with Dan by Donna. And part of, setting up that chapter of her life was buying a house and getting the job and moving to DC or whatever and having kids, right? I mean, she was pressured into all of that. And we heard from Jeff as well how after the divorce, she wanted to go and sexually experiment and let loose. And the impression I take from that is that she felt like she didn't really have the opportunity to do those things in her early 20s as much as she'd have liked to have done, because she was valedictorian, and whether or not she did graduate a virgin, we don't know. And my speculation is possibly that statement is true, and the reason that she's saying it is a slap to Donna for making her focus on her education or something. And then Brandeis University, Cambridge, fucking Truman scholarships and all the rest of it, right? It was education, education, education. I mean, she was married at 26, right? And that was before she'd even passed the bar, right? Because they were, I think so. No, I think it was right around the same time that she passed the Florida bar. She says this in her direct testimony, but my point is that it was education, 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 and then married to Dan at 26. So, and we know from Jeff that she said after the divorce, she wanted to let loose, sexually experiment, and all the rest of it. So I take from that she really felt that she didn't, that she'd missed out on things that she wanted to do. So using him for kids, I don't think she wanted the kids. And if she does, all this stuff in the interviews bullshit where she's like, oh, my kids, well, you did this to your kids. And post murder, those kids became brilliant, wonderful tools to Wendi. Everyone would see her as this strong single mother of a murdered other parent that held it all together for the kids. I mean, it was fucking perfect assets, nothing more. Both Wendi and Charlie are predators. Wendi and Charlie strategically chose those which they could use and discard for the murder. Yes, absolutely. And what I was just saying about Katie, I believe they had some fun and enjoyed the situation between them. I'm not disputing that she was ultimately selected as for this murder. Beautiful Dig says Wendy's MO was to distance herself from her co-conspirators, a classic, starting with telling Jeff about her brother. Yeah. I mean, with the telling Jeff about the brother thing as well, Wendi likes to do this thing. We've seen this on multiple occasions where it's like carpet bombing. It's an all over the place attack. There's stuff going on here, there's stuff going on there, there's stuff going on there. And, in the analogy, the enemy doesn't know which way to run. They don't know what's going to hit next, right? It's impossible to defend against. So with the telling the Jeff thing, I believe that was, she knew that Jane was going to come in, or somehow, whether Jane came in or not, somehow, some way, Jeff was going to be thrust into the spotlight of this investigation. Markel has been shot, Jeff is jealous, and he's left town today. He's driving to Tennessee. So at the time that she told him that Charlie had looked into hiring a hitman a year prior, she knew that Jeff was going to be questioned in relation to the murder as a suspect, or at the very least, a person of interest, the primary person of interest. So, if she gives him the information that he then repeats, say the cops go and grab Lacasse, and they say, "Did you kill Professor Markel? We know it was you." He said, "No, it wasn't me. And by the way, Wendi told me that her brother looked into a hitman." It makes that Jeff saying that might make the cops think, oh, this guy's reaching for someone else to blame, right? He's blaming the family of prestigious dentists. Like that's gonna, just a confusing, it's quite deeper. What was Beautiful Duke's comment? Wendy's MO was to distance herself from the co-conspirators, starting with telling Jeff about her brother. So yeah, I mean, obviously she's distancing herself from the conspirators, but I think telling Jeff about the brother was a bit deeper even. Julio, he brought story time to the whole ordeal. Anyone that heard him speak felt for him, but a spade, he was not especially useful. Who, Jeff? I think he was extraordinarily useful. Deep insight. I mean, if they'd had a better person interviewing him, I think he was extremely useful to the investigation. And to all of us, we have been gifted with so much. Jeff is perfectly
bro,
positioned.
I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
Thanks so much, Pinto, for the 5 coffees on buymeacoffee.com. It looks like you got your app in English now. Awesome. Pinto's coffee app has been stuck in German for God knows how long. Jeff, as a professor of social studies and someone who is versed in mental health, someone who has been in therapy, someone who has been, all sorts of things fall into his credentials, for him to be very well positioned to be analytical about the situation. His proximity to Wendi during the key points in time, his subsequent his decision to analyze this, all the records, the emails, the receipts, everything he went through afterwards that formed his opinion. He spoke to people. He couldn't put this down. He put a lot of time into noticing things. And all of the things, most of them, 90% I'd say, of the things that he brought to the table prematurely, before they had been proven, have since been shown to be true and accurate. There's some stuff that was, that may have just been conjecture on his part, but not that much. A huge chunk, 90% chunk probably, of what he brought to the table has been shown to be true and accurate. And I think that's incredible. And I cannot wait until we get the opportunity to see Tamara Dempko on the stand, because her interview, which we are still working on getting the full version of, is incredible, equally incredible, for the emotional insight, for the honesty of stuff that they picked up on so early on. I mean, while Wendi was still in Tallahassee, Tamara Dempko, who was a friend of Dan's, very close friend of Dan's, took it upon herself to just suddenly drive to Wendi's house without calling ahead, without phoning and notice, and just had to go and find out what the fuck is going on, and reported to General Isom that Harvey couldn't look her in the face, that Wendi was being bizarre, apologizing to Tamara for her loss, and all sorts of stuff. Jeff and Tamara showed an extraordinary amount of insight. Tay says, Wendi brought Lacasse to Charlie in Miami so he could see for himself who the fall guy was going to be. In turn, Charlie introduced Katie to Wendi so she'd see the middle person for the murder. Well, I think you're half right on that one, Tay. Jeff, yes. Katie, no. But I don't know if I want to say too much about that yet, because I want to do a real nice video that's going to discuss that in great depth. I'll come back to you. All done with specific intention. Wendi is diabolical. Yes, agreed. Riding Shotgun says there's a different slant on it. Beautiful digs. I think she was drunk, but that's a new angle I hadn't thought of. What did Beautiful Digs say? Oh yeah, the thing about again, I think, you know, that was by design so that when Jeff is called in to be interrogated, do you know what I mean? If he says, oh, I think it was Charlie, that might undermine his credibility somehow. Or just confuse the investigation, which I think was the primary thing. Darklin says, Charlie heard of Catherine M. connections to the Latin Kings. I think through Donna, she was their solution. Why would Donna know about Katie's connection to the Latin Kings? I don't see how that would be. I mean, Katie was just a clerical worker at one of the dental offices, Sophie Dental, right? I think Charlie might have heard something about that from one of Katie's fellow workers, maybe. Either that, or he was just asking anybody, you know, knew the area where she lived in, perhaps, or knew something about her child's father. I don't see how Donna would have told Charlie that Katie was having a connection to the Latin Kings. And by the way, I don't think anybody from the Adelsons knew anything about the Latin King gang until way, you know, after Luis Rivera had spoken out. I mean, as far as the Adelsons were concerned, it was, we don't need a Latin King gang member, we need a street thug. You know, I don't think there's no evidence or reference to Latin Kings before Luis Rivera spoke out and said, I'm a Latin King, which I think that they were surprised about and a little bit worried about. Because, you know, it's a national crime syndicate and there are many of them, right? Yeah, okay, short comments. Don't need to read everything. I just want to go through some of these because they're great comments, guys. Oh, there's loads though. We need to skip ahead, I guess. Riding Shotgun says, reason I believe she threw Charlie under the bus so quickly. Who would do that except to shine light away from her? Well, yeah, I mean, to shine light away from her, it's her best insulation. We've been through this before, but, you know, do we really believe that Wendi enjoyed the relationship with Charlie? We hear her say, "Oh, I'm really close with him." But do you really not think that Wendi was aware of how much Donna and Charlie were playing with Wendi's life like she was a puppet? Making sure she buys this house or doesn't buy this house, pushing her to be with a certain guy, and, you know, really working as a team to dictate her life choices. And I believe that Wendi had a very deep resentment about that, and I can understand why. I can understand why. I think there's a real chance that Wendi threw Charlie under the bus, not just for insulation, but as a retaliation, a punishment, a fuck you. Beautiful digs. You'll see a number of conspiracy cases where this is evident. Wendi's distancing herself a lot from her family. Doesn't make sense if she was innocent. She's not innocent. There's no. We can take that. Liz Evans says, "I think that the fact Jeff left state a day early put egg on Wendi and Jane's faces." Yeah, amazing, right? Almost feels like divine intervention, that, doesn't it? But saying, I mean, you know, I don't think it's very realistic to assume that Jeff would have gone down for this, right? There would not have been any blood evidence or a weapon or witnesses, none of these things. There would have been none of these things. Don't get me wrong, people do get wrongly convicted with no evidence, but I mean, if he'd have been driving, because he would have been leaving town, driving up Thomasville pretty much exactly when the shooting happened. And Trescott is a road that goes on to Thomasville. So Jeff's heading north up to the Georgia border, I guess, and going to Tennessee. So, I mean, he would have been stopped and possibly arrested, but interviewed and quickly, what do you call it? Outruled. What does "if you're going to quote me, date me" mean? Well, it means Georgia asked Charlie a question and said, "Didn't you say thus and so at some point on the wiretaps?" And there was some confusion about when that was being said. So Charlie said, "If you're going to quote me, date me. Like, tell me what date you're talking about." But it was a very arrogant way to ask for that. Good night, Spacey. See you later. Thanks for coming. Veronica Schneider says, "I don't think Wendi likes fair-skinned men. After Dan, Donna picked, and Jeff, chump." He was a chump, wasn't he? Poor chump. she has always chosen dark men. That Estrada guy she's with now is the complete opposite of Dan and Jeff. Yeah, right? And I think that further shows this rebellion against Donna's wishes. We know that Donna took a big issue with Big Brother Robert's wife, who was of Indian descent, and apparently the issue, as stated and by Robert himself, was the fact that she wasn't Jewish, right? The woman that Rob wanted to marry, or in fact did marry, but then got annulled, got the marriage annulled, and then remarried her at some later stage. So the issue as written was that woman, I forget her name, I just completely blank on her name right now, but was not Jewish. Which is surprising, considering that the Adelsons do not give a fuck about the Jewish faith. You know, to the point where they're having Wendi seriously consider converting the kids to Catholicism. Then there's references to the Hitler Youth and so on, etc., etc. And I just wondered today, what did I write down? Maybe the issue with Robert's wife was not the fact she was not Jewish, but because she was not chosen for another reason, not chosen by Donna, and it was just a more acceptable for them to say the problem was because she was not Jewish. So perhaps the problem was more, well, she doesn't make enough money. You know, we know that Robert's wife kind of jokingly and lovingly ridicules Robert and says, oh yeah, no, he had such a hard childhood because he only had a tennis court for the last part of his teenage years. You know, what does that tell us? Well, that statement tells us that she definitely didn't have a tennis court. That's all I know. But it made me wonder enough to think, well, maybe the issue wasn't her ethnicity or her faith or those things. Maybe the issue was something like she doesn't make enough money. But what does she do? I think she's also a medical professional, isn't she? I'm not sure, I can't remember. But it just surprised me that you're going to take such an issue with, oh my God, she's not Jewish, when you're not a practicing Jew. It just seems bizarre. Paul M. says, I think she loved Dan initially, or the thought of it at least. Once she realized he wasn't just going to do her bidding, she was suddenly unhappy. What makes you think that she loved Dan initially? I mean, even in her podcasts, she says, I thought I could cheat the system and marry someone that I lacked passionate love for, because don't you lose that anyway later in a marriage? That's an exact quote. Well, maybe not an exact, I'm slightly paraphrasing, but strong indicators that she never had deep feelings towards Dan, and I don't believe she ever did. So if Paul M could tell us anything that says to you an indicator that she loved Dan initially, I would love to hear it, Paul M. Please do get back to us in the comments. Beautiful digs. The distancing herself specifically from her co-conspirators can be the only reason she told Jeff, TV guy, and Isom about her brother TV joke. Oh yeah, she wanted that out there so that she could say, if I knew about the conspiracy, why would I tell them about the joke? Yeah, clearly it's a red herring. And similarly with the drive down Trescott. Now, with the drive down Trescott, which we've also got to do a specific video. I know Harley D's been waiting for this one. We've got to go into the charge card theory, okay? Subscribe to the channel, like, share, leave a comment, and support us on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. What was I saying? With the drive down Trescott, the issue I have is that there was no known command or order given to the hitmen that the murder must happen at the house. And if you think about it, why would there be? And if you also think about it, as Luis Rivera tells us, on the previous trip in June, when Sigfredo and Luis came up to Tallahassee initially to do the murder, that wasn't a scouting mission. They were there to kill. And they found him and they hesitated because he was with his kids. And that wasn't at the house because they then lost him. So Luis Rivera tells us that they were going to kill him in June. They tracked him, they followed him, and they saw him. And they didn't kill him because he was with his kids. That's what Lewis tells us, which I have absolutely no reason to disbelieve. That wasn't at the house because they then lost him. You don't lose someone if they're at the house. So it seems like, and also, if the orders are to kill him at the house, why are they following him around town? To Premiere, waiting outside Premiere for an hour and so, an hour and a half, and blah, 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 blah. Just wait at the house. So if Wendi is driving down Trescott and wants to check if the murder has been done, right? If what I'm saying is true, that it seems like there was no order to kill him at the house, why would she know or think to go and check the murder had been done at Trescott? I think it's more likely that she didn't know that it was going to happen at Trescott and wanted to drive down Trescott to see if there was any indication that Dan was home. Was his car in the garage? Was, whatever it was. And yeah, okay, I've heard it before that apparently Dan liked to keep the garage door closed. I mean, there might be, just on the off chance that there's an indication whether he's home or not, perhaps that would have given Wendi some clue as to whether or not it had been done. So I do think that it was potentially a complete surprise to Wendi that the murder had happened at the house and there was crime scene tape and all the rest of it, okay? If anyone would like to dispute that or has a comment or can expand on an opinion as to if you think that the killers were given orders, the murder has to happen at the house. Why do you think that? This is a conversation, so I'm really interested to hear all circumspect ideas about it. Thank you, Victoria Girl, for the fantastic shiny Canadian dollars on our super chat. That's much appreciated, Victoria Girl. Turquoise Kitten, what initially got you interested in this case? All the psychos that are in it. I have no idea. I mean, it was the interview I saw, I guess. And I was like, there's no fucking way! But that was years ago. I mean, that was that was like, when was that? It was 2018. Which means I've spent my entire 30s on this case. Completely absorbed. Everything was fine with Danny and Donna until he left law firm and became a professor. She hated that. I thought he went straight into education. I mean, I remember hearing Phil Markel saying, why don't you go into a private firm, put a chunk in the bank, and then go into education? What law firm was he at? If Evan has information on that, or anyone else, was Dan at a private firm before going into education? Because I thought he went straight into education. But I'd like to know all the same. I hear North Dakota is nice this time of year. But I think you mean South Dakota. You mean where Charlie is? He's in South Dakota. He's in Sioux Falls. Mary says, do you think Donna picked someone smart to produce smart offspring for her? Not so much produce the offspring, than to show off to their peers. Oh, this is the guy Wendy's seeing, Harvard educated, Oxford educated, spent a year at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem that was founded by Albert Einstein. Yeah, he's a huge professor. He's got the prof's blog. I mean, that's Donna's interest here. This is the checklist for Donna. How great will this look to introduce to our peers? It's not so much about the offspring. It's about the accolades. But it's certainly zero to do with any depth of feeling or love or any of that. You can buy that. She pointed Dan's pedigree to Wendi on J-Date. Paul M says, haven't Wendi and Jane fallen out now? Could she rock up Wendy's trial and confess that Wendi fed her Jeff Lacasse? No, I don't think that's going to happen. Jeff solved the whole case before Isom. Absolutely. Even when fucking Jeff brought it to him on a fucking silver plate, he still struggled. General Isom did. Oh my god. People do not get away with doing this to a lawyer, father, upstanding citizen. Adelson's overlooks this. Yeah, I mean, people do get away with it. I mean, but I agree that if Dan Markel had been some fucking crack dealer, some crack dealing pimp, then the investigation might have died out a while, been less looked into. Yeah, an immigrant crack dealing pimp, Dan Markel. You see, that's where the Adelsons went wrong. They should have made a way to. He was Canadian. Oh. The Adelsons overlooked a lot. They certainly did. What did I see today that they really overlooked and it was ridiculous? Just take a look at my notes. I don't think I wrote it down. What the fuck was it? I don't know, I can't remember. We're moving on. Just so Jane has backtracked her opinion after public opinion started wailing on her. Oh, really? Paul M? So Jane has backtracked her opinion. Could we get any information on that, writing? If you got a video, an article, a comment thread, or where did you hear? What did you hear? I'd love to know more. Evan says, I just love that Katie yelling fucking A, bro, and pissed that Metrix plays, cracks me up. Katie going off on Charlie but extorting him. Wendy's distancing from her family equals proving consciousness of guilt is what I believe the state will hammer home at her trial. Well, they're going to have to hammer more than that because, you know, there's a lot of room for reasonable doubt there. I mean, that's distancing herself alone is not enough. Lee, I find it somewhat interesting that all the friends Wendi suggested to pick up the boys while she was at TPD, included Jane, weren't also going to the Stock the Bar party. The bridal couple would call Wendi once word. The bridal couple would call Wendi once word. Well, you know, between Jane McPherson and Lynn Grossman, this is what I was wondering the other day. There was, when that was all being arranged in the interview, Wendi conveniently had a compelling reason that she was able to put out there, which was she would prefer for Lynn Grossman to pick up the boys because she was more familiar with the boys. Jane had met the boys, but Lynn was more familiar. Seems like a real reach for me. I mean, what does it matter? The boys have got nothing to be upset about yet. Okay, Auntie Jane is going to pick you up from school. Wouldn't matter either way. Great examples of Wendi using the situation of, oh, there's trauma, there's going to be trauma. No, I would really like Lynn to go. But it was kind of 50-50 for a while they were all divvying it up, and it, you know, she didn't know where exactly. She knew they were both in town, obviously. Of course, she did that whole song and dance about Jane saying, oh, I don't even know, she might be away on business. She might be on a business trip. No, Wendi, you knew exactly she was in town. And you managed to get her in the room. But when it was 50-50 and it was being decided, I'm wondering if she also prepped Lynn Grossman to come into the room and say, is Jeff this much of a lunatic? Now, I think Jane is a lot more susceptible for that kind of influence to Wendi. Lynn Grossman seems like a little bit more of a stronger character, older lady, you know, kind of a, you know, maybe not a mother figure, but you know what I mean, like has been around the block or whatever that is, little more worldly somehow than Wendi. Older kids, grown kids, you know, so on. So Jane, and I think Jane had grown kids as well. It's not just about that, is it? But clearly Jane was very susceptible to Wendy's influence, whereas Lynn may not have been as much. But just in case, did Wendy prep Lynn Grossman about jealous Jeff's conversation in Gainesville? I think probably yes. Can you imagine what Charlie Adelson quagmire Jeff would have found himself in if he hadn't left town early? Well, I mean, it might have been a little bit more. I mean, it was really convenient for him to be able to show the credit card transaction and surveillance footage of him in a Kmart in Georgia. I don't think he'd quite made it to Tennessee yet, but out of state at the time of the murder. That was convenient. And a backfire on Wendy's plan, which is nice. Lee says, I think Wendy knew Jeff. Hang on. I think Wendy knew Jeff would never get arrested and charged for this, but to put him out there, or his name like Jane did, which she also knew Jane would do, was just another evil thing she did and loved it. Yes, absolutely. I mean, I don't think realistically he would have been charged and convicted. But it made Wendy look helpful and like she didn't have alliances, and also a victim, right? Oh, she's just had this terrible divorce and she got with this new guy and he's a fucking jealous lunatic and now he's killed her ex and oh my God, this poor woman. We have to help this poor woman. Evan says, Wendy's life was never her own. If you listen to Charlie and Donna's calls, they decide everything. No wonder Robert left and broke free. He is lucky they didn't kill his wife. Yeah, well, this is the thing, right? And Donna says that when Robert left for college, Wendy was in pieces. She's 7 years younger than him, so if Rob left for college, when do you leave for college? 18? 19? She would have been 11 or 12 and apparently was in pieces, crying for a full week when Robert left for college, which I found interesting. Madeline P., how you doing? When discussing this, it's important to note that the female will dictate whether the child is Jewish or not. So if they want Jewish grandchildren, they need the mother to be Jewish. Hang on. When discussing this, it's important to note that the female, the mother, will dictate whether the child is Jewish. So if they want Jewish grandchildren, they need the mother to be Jewish. Are you talking about Rob's relationship? So when you say the female will dictate, you mean by her own ethnicity or religious affiliation? I thought you meant by decision, like Wendy could have decided for the children not to be Jewish, even though she's Jewish hereditarily. So yeah, Rob's testimony is going to be very interesting, isn't it? Writing my mom converted to Judaism for my dad just for that reason. She couldn't care less about the religion, but my dad wanted me to be Jewish. Okay. Well, L'chaim. she despises. I feel like she despises her mother and brother. Yes, thank you. Can we get this more into the conversation? I feel like she despises her mother and brother. Yes, 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 yes. You know, I challenge, and someone said to me the other day, oh, but there were pictures of Wendi in the pool with Charlie and Donna and the kids after the murder, and they all look happy. Yeah, it's a portrayal. It's playing a part. It's like when she's on the stand saying, oh, my parents are super happy and in love, and I have a good relationship with my parents. Yeah, they look after my kids for free, 24/7, and buy all their shit. I absolutely believe that Wendi despises her mother and brother. Thank you, California Amy. It's not an opinion I hear. I'm disappointed I don't hear that opinion enough from people. I still hear that she regrets what has happened. I don't think she gives a fuck. Either doesn't give a fuck or is over the fucking moon that Charlie and Donna are going down. And I certainly don't think she's afraid or going to run. People still say this. Oh, she might be planning to run. She's not going to run. She's not going to run anywhere. Mr. Pinto Peabody, our lady in Oregon, says, do you have any photographic memory? Because that's amazing you remembered the quote so closely. I don't remember the quote I remembered. There's our fantastic Victoria girl with the website fund. Yeah, anyone can help with the website fund. It's just right at the top of the chat where it says goal, target goal. Ryan says, and Evan, Donna set up a trust fund for Charlie. Donna set up a trust fund for Charlie's non-Jewish son, but I bet my paycheck Rob's kids were left out. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if Robert never sees a cent, if he's removed from the will and the state. Everything's going to Wendi. Everything goes to Wendi. She's probably already the what do you call it? The custodian of their whatever their assets. Okay, we've got to get through these comments. We've got to skip ahead a little. Lenny says, I just looked up Robert. He's so respected in his field. He's obviously aged. Looks like a combo of Donna and Charlie to an uncanny degree. Do you think the Latin Kings follow the Prof's blog while in prison? Obviously, they've all got tablets. There is something about this case that is just pulls you in and won't let you go. Absolutely. Everyone loves this case. I mean, it really is. The reason I think that is, Pinto, is because of the amount of characters, the amount of archetypes of characters. There's something for everybody. I think the reason the whole
fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Hey, thanks so much, Amy. Fantastic, Amy. Sorry I'm missing the live. Had to pop in and say hello and send treats for Soap. Thank you, Soap. And thank you, Amy, for the 5 coffees on buymeacoffee.com. Great way to support the channel. The reason this case, all true crime genre, or a large part of it. You see, I'm just not so much into fucking, someone was asking me about serial killers yesterday. And I don't really care. I have mild interest in Ted Bundy, but not so much for his crimes, more for his personality, but that's a special case. But these crazy fucking sick fucks that do all this, like, super shit, like, I do not want to know. The crimes I like to follow are the crimes that I could imagine being committed by people in my own life. or you know what I mean? Like a divorce gone wrong, like in this case, or a controlling family of, let's think about the cases we've covered. I mean, the Chris Watts case. Chris Watts is like the guy next door, right? I mean, normal guy that did this terrible thing. And Jodi Arias. I've dated
Hey, bro, I'm gonna
plenty.
fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Fanta Scholar. Oh, I love this thing with the scholarships, guys. Website funding. Hang on. We need to check the message. Thank you, Fanta Scholar. Your message said, website funding. Is your thinking that Wendy's Bullet Bourbon Stock the Bar invitation is purely a coincidence? No, my thinking on that is that the invitation is false. If you're going to back something up with evidence that the decision came from a third party, go to more effort to prove that. Bring in the guy that was working at ABC Liquors and ask him if he remembers you coming in and saying, "Oh, I need to get a bottle of what is it? Let me check the invitation. It says Bullet Bourbon. Do you have that?" Because we've never heard from him. We've heard him referenced. We've heard Wendi say that he said, "Oh, your eyes are really blue." But I can't remember this one quote for quote, but there was also some talk about Wendi being shown the bourbon or told about the bourbon. What's a good bourbon? What's a good this? What's a good that? You know, I've heard nothing to support apart from the invitation that wasn't even allowed into evidence because it could not be verified, right? If you're going to produce evidence to say, hey, look, the Bullet Bourbon isn't an indication of my consciousness of guilt because it wasn't a decision made by me. I was told to get the Bullet Bourbon, and here's the invitation where it says that. If you're going to specifically produce something that supports that idea, then go a little further. Go and get ABC Liquor Guy. Go and get the people who were attending the party. Get other people who were attending that party. Get invitations from those other guests. You telling me that not one of them can be located? How many people were attending that fucking event? Let's say 20, 30, 40. All of them would have had invitations. Right? Let's go and ask one of those people if they were instructed to get alcohol. Let's see if they've got the invitation. Now you could say, hey, Metrix, it was 11 years ago. Maybe they've threw it away. Well, they would remember it. And this should have all been done immediately afterwards, right? I mean, if maybe it was. Maybe they have this evidence and haven't brought it up in trial. My point is, Fanta Scholar, who asks, is your thinking that Wendy's Bullet Bourbon Stock the Bar invitation is purely a coincidence? No, I don't believe it's a coincidence. I believe it's a facile, vacuous excuse, and a fabricated one at that, yeah. So, that's my opinion. No, I hate it when people say that. That's what I believe. That's truly what I believe. You know, if you want to fucking prove that the decision to buy Bullet Bourbon was not yours, and therefore the fact that you did at the same day that your ex-husband was shot, if you want to prove that that wasn't some sort of sick inside joke, you can do a better job than providing that invitation, which could have so easily been faked. Like I said, the ABC liquor clerk could have been a witness to this. The couple that were getting married could say something, or any of the other guests, which there must have been at least 20, if not more. Okay? So without further information, without other supporting evidence, with that invitation alone, it's a fucking fabrication, and a weak one at that. Thank you, Pinto, for the super sticker. Okay, sorry guys, I got to skip to the end and then we've got to get back to the video. Carlene, I'm so grateful for Metrix. I'm obsessed with this case and have been for 2 years. I love these lives. Happy 3-day weekend, y'all. Oh, happy 3-day weekend to you, Carlene. Danielle Savoy. And proceeds to buy Bullet Rye. Yeah, didn't even get it correct. 26 isn't that young? Really? I have no idea where I was at 26. How do I get a free membership? How do I get a free membership? Is that a joke or what? You pay! You pay! Anyway, that brings us up to date. Back to the courtroom.
I didn't say that. Louder, please. Just keep it, because we're closing.
These questions pretty soon.
I'm saying it's really good.
All rise, jury entering the courtroom.
Everyone may be seated. Members of the jury, the defense is going to have a very brief recross of Mr. Lacasse.
Mr. Lacoste, those notes, pages and pages of notes, did you provide them to the prosecutors?
No, they were destroyed. I used them to guide my interviews with investigators, and then I destroyed them.
You destroyed them?
Yes.
Why'd you destroy them?
I don't know they would have been of any use to anyone else. They were just little talking points for me. We went through every single thing on my notes. It was on videotape, and then I got rid of the notes.
So when you were on the videotape, you were reading your notes?
Well, I was using them as prompts to remember to talk about each thing. The investigator guided the interview, so sometimes we didn't stick straight to them, but I made sure everything on the note got discussed with investigators.
But we wouldn't know that because we can't see him today, right?
No, but you can watch the videotape of my interview with Craig Isom and see what's on the notes.
Oh, I can see the writing on that videotape?
I guess not, but that's the material that was covered.
Sir, truth is, you destroyed those notes, and we can't review them, right?
Yes.
No further questions.
Redirect this guy.
You see, Jeff could have been like, well, I didn't destroy the notes. I threw them out because I'd finished with them. But it was like, what's the point? Let this chimpy, chumpy fucking monkey man just whatever, man. Get out of here.
Was there any law or instruction from a law enforcement officer requiring you to do something with your personal notes?
No, I don't think I even needed to create notes. I chose to organize my thoughts to talk to Investigator Isom, but it was to help me make sure I covered what I wanted to cover. And of course, he ended up asking most of the questions anyway. That's how it works.
And everything in the notes is included in the interview.
Yes.
Was provided-
I rehomed the notes. I've got to write that down. Thank you, Danielle Savoy. I rehomed the notes. I love that. Something tells me you've used that sentence in your professional life. I rehomed the notes.
Too long. Up to us.
Yeah.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Please call your next witness.
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Tired Ryan. Ryan's always tired when he testifies. It's so funny. See you later, Jeff. Thanks for coming.
You have a second issue right in the queue.
Do I dare have another pot of coffee? I don't know.
Patrick, please approach the witness stand.
You see Charlie's shirt collar? Look at that. I mean, that... I have never in my life ever let that happen to a shirt collar I was wearing.
Patrick, please approach the witness stand.
Oh, it's from the Karen Reed case. I'm scribbling it out. I don't want it.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You may take your seat.
Sir, please say your name and spell your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Where do you live, sir?
Please respell your name in an even deeper tone. Ryan Fitzpatrick, Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Montana, Florida.
And what line of work are you in?
In roofing.
Montana, Florida. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Is that what it was? Where does he live?
Fitzpatrick, Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Where do you live, sir?
Lantana, Florida.
Oh,
And
Lantana.
what line of work are you in?
In roofing now.
Okay, do you...
I'm in roofing now. What do you mean you're in roofing now? It's like, you're not in roofing. Where's your tool belt, man? Where's your roofing hammer? Aren't you supposed to be carrying a really long ladder of some kind into court?
Or did you at some time have a relationship with Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you guys friends?
Yes, ma'am.
How close were you?
Very close.
What time frame were you close friends with Charlie Adelson?
From about the time that I moved to South Florida in around about 2012. And then as years passed, we grew a lot closer.
Until when?
Till about 2018, 19-ish.
All right. Did you spend a lot of time together?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you talk to him daily?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know his family?
Yes, ma'am.
Meet his girlfriend?
Thank you, Angel Baby, for the very kind super chat. Love you, Metrix, and so we love you too, Angel Baby.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Would you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Blue suit, light blue tie, white shirt.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified.
Size of his watch.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Would you point him out and describe?
Man, that's big. I mean, he's not a small guy, right? I don't think he's got dainty wrists. If the size of his head is anything to go by, his wrists are not small. And that watch makes his entire arm look small. I mean, I've never understood the whole huge watch thing myself. You know, I like the what do you call those ones that you get at the airport? Swatch. Those are badass. You know, it's just. Do you need it to be anything more than that?
What he's wearing.
Blue suit, light blue tie, white shirt.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect.
Was the defendant, Mr. Adelson, very close to his sister Wendi?
Yes, ma'am.
If you know, how did the Adelson family, feel about Dan Markel?
Not fond.
And did that include Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
I mentioned the girlfriends. Did Mr. Adelson have a lot of girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am.
Was one of them Catherine Magbanoa?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
I think in passing I might have met her once or twice, but I didn't have a personal relationship with her, no.
Did she stand out to you as being someone special or of more importance to him than any of the other women in his life?
Objection leading.
Sustained. Please rephrase your question.
It's a yes or no question. Did she stand out?
Judge is very lenient on the defense's objections. What was the question? Did she stand out to you as being someone of more importance than other women in his life? I don't think that's leading. As far as the definition of legal standard, what is our legal mind, Danielle Savoy, say about that? Is that a leading question, Danielle?
Women in his life?
But I didn't have a personal relationship with her, no.
Did she stand out to you as being someone special or of more importance to him than any of the other women in his life?
Objection leading.
You know, a leading question, the same question in a leading way would be like, and she didn't stand out to him as being special, more special than any other women in his life, right? That's leading. If you start the question out of, did she stand out to you to being more special than other women in his life, I don't see how that's leading.
Sustained. Please rephrase your question.
It's a yes or no question. Did she stand out to him as being somehow special or different from the other women in his life?
No, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the defendant's practice of stapling his money?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know the denominations or how he would staple it?
10 100s would be 1,000. Easier to count that way.
At the time that Dan Mark...
Easier to count that way. Well, depending on how much you've got, yeah. If you're counting out $300,000, then, you know, well, let's put them in $10,000 bundles. Then it's only 30. Thank you so much, Matthew K. Fitzpatrick looks like he moonlights as one of P. Diddy's freak-off escorts. The Punisher. Yeah, we just put a spiky dog collar around his neck that he could then break by flexing. It explodes.
Kel was murdered. How did you learn of the murder?
I can't remember. They never spoke about it, so
And when you say they never spoke about it, who was
the
that?
family never spoke of it.
So you didn't learn about the murder from your close friend?
I do not believe so, no. Not directly.
Hey, golfer girl.
Right after the murder, did Mr. Adelson tell you that his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanoa, was extorting money out of him?
No, ma'am.
Does that seem like something he would have mentioned to you?
Yes, ma'am, probably. I imagine so.
When law enforcement, posing as a thug, approached his mother in what we're referring to as the bump, did he tell you about that?
I don't recall, no, ma'am.
He didn't tell you that he thought that the person that approached his mother was either the FBI or someone posing as Rivera's brother?
I can't remember if Charlie directly said that to me or not, so I don't know. It's been so long.
Okay. Did he ever make a statement to you about murder?
Charlie had, as you've heard in testimony and depots, that he made a lot of tasteless jokes, and he said something along the lines of, you can get away with anything, you can get away with murder if you keep your mouth shut.
When was that statement made?
Jeez, years ago.
Before or after this murder?
It would be after.
The key part of that statement, Charlie, is keep your mouth shut, right? Not go and fucking have a in-depth, explicit conversation in a public restaurant loudly with your middle woman, okay? Not go and basically give an order to execute the extorter. Whoever it is, you better kill him because he's gonna be a big problem. If they fuck with my family, it's gonna be Nazi shit. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend because this will be done. That's what he said publicly. You can get away with murder if you keep your mouth shut. Practice what you preach.
Was his behavior after, are you familiar with the arrest that occurred in May of 2016, I should have clarified.
Katie's arrest?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And did his behavior change at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he seem relieved and less stressed out after she got arrested?
No, ma'am, he did not.
What was his demeanor after her arrest?
Nervousness, agitation, stress.
So he seemed to get more stressed out after she was
Yes, ma'am.
apprehended. Was he weird like that before, like between the time of the murder and the time of Catherine?
Bearing in mind, when Sigfredo was arrested and Katie was not arrested, but speaking with Sigfredo's lawyer told Katie on a recorded phone call that he had been speaking to Charlie's lawyer and that he had learned from Charlie's lawyer that Charlie and the Adelson family would not be talking about this. Because Sigfredo's lawyer was saying, hey, I had a call from General Isom this morning and he's putting pressure on me saying, is Katie gonna cooperate? We want to speak with Katie. We've got evidence against her too. She can cooperate. She can come in. And at that point, Sigfredo's lawyer was telling Katie that he didn't know if General Isom was bluffing. He didn't know what they had on Katie. So he went to Charlie's lawyer and asked them if the Adelson family had told something to police. And they said no. This is all recorded, right? I'm surprised it didn't come in to the trials. We didn't hear those calls in Katie's trial, either one of them. We didn't hear those calls in Charlie's trial. It's surprising, right? I mean, that is very... And I don't think it's a case of attorney-client... I don't think it's a case of attorney-client privilege. I feel like Tweety Pie. Is it Tweety Pie? Who says that? Client. Who says the L's as a W? Is it Tweety Pie? Tweety Pie. Tweety Pie. Quiet. I got a new client. Thank you, Victoria Girl. To a second pot of coffee. Okay, I'll make one just for you, babe. In my French press.
Catherine Magdano's arrest?
to say he was weird.
Like that, like the
No,
behaviors you just
no,
described.
ma'am, not that weird.
All right. And are you familiar with some barbed wire that he had around his residence?
No, but I kind of like that idea.
Did you? When was the last time you?
What is so funny about that, Ryan? I always think it's because he's imagining that it's not Charlie's barbed wire, it's the neighbors that have put it up to keep him off their property.
You were at his residence at. Oh, the name is escaping me.
Whale Harbor.
Harbor.
It would had to have been around probably the summer of 2018.
Okay. And when you were out there, when you were at his residence in the summer of 2018, did y'all use the pool area?
Yes, ma'am.
He's got a nice grotto-style pool out there.
Very nice. Yes, ma'am.
And did you observe when you were out there barbed wire around this perimeter of the pool?
No,
area?
I don't think so. No, ma'am.
All right. What about weapons? Did Charlie Adelson frequently carry or have weapons around him?
Charlie had a gun. Yes.
Where did the gun stay, if you know? On his person, in the safe, bedside table?
I mean, I didn't know what his regular practice was, but I imagine he would put it by his bed when he slept.
All right. Was that just the one gun that you were aware of, or did he have a bunch of guns?
I believe he had more, but I can't testify to that.
Okay. So when you were in the residence, there weren't guns laid out in the residence?
Not like my house, no.
Did you have a falling out of some kind with Mr. Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
When did that occur?
I would say about the last time that I recall vaguely being at his residence, probably about the summer of 2018.
Okay. And you guys have filed lawsuits against each other, or just one direction?
Charlie had filed a lawsuit against myself and others. It's since been dismissed. So.
All right. And so you don't like the guy anymore? Fair to say?
I mean, he's not a big fan. No.
Okay. And have you said some ugly things about him on social media and that sort of thing?
I've said it to him.
All right. And are you here to try to bring him down?
No, I don't want to be here at all.
Were you here pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, please.
Hey, shall we have a quick look around Charlie Adelson's house? 1920 by 1080. Oh, hang on. Background. Why is that not working? 1 second.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Thanks so much, Mary Bartlett, for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Thank you so much, Mary. Background color white. Scroll and size. Oh man, why is it just a white fucking thing? Okay, well, we'll come back to it. But we got all the pictures. It's fun to have a look around.
Approach. When was this? Do you know? Did you give a deposition in this case previously?
In Catherine's case, yes.
Back in 2021?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna approach and have you read page 46 and 47.
One moment, Mr. Roosevelt.
There's no question, so I don't know if she's refreshing.
Yeah, I'm gonna refresh your recollection with your deposition.
There's been no question to refresh.
This Copeland, please ask the question.
Did you say that he told you about the bump?
If I said it there, then I said it there. I mean, it's just been years, so it's hard to recall.
I
And
understand.
I'm tired.
Would it refresh your recollection to review the deposition to see exactly what you said?
Yes, ma'am, it would.
All right, page 46 and 47. And you can scroll up to that. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
So did Mr. Adelson tell you about the extortion attempt on his mother in 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
But definitely never told you about Catherine Banois extorting him in 2014?
No, ma'am.
Or 2015?
No, ma'am.
No further questions?
Cross, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right, just before we go to cross-exam, I think Okay, so this is Charlie Adelson's Whale Harbor house. What do we have here? Okay, I mean, it's got a big TV, stupid fucking fish on the wall. How much do you think that couch cost? $2,500? More, probably. What the fuck is this mirrored little kind of... What is that? It's not a chest of drawers. It's like a... what the hell would you call that? The thing behind the couch. It's not a desk. It's not a chest of drawers. It's like what you'd have at the reception of a restaurant with a hostess would stand, right? Table for two. It's very stupidly placed. I mean, the whole room would be better if that thing wasn't there, right? And you can just imagine sitting back on the couch and smacking your head into the sharp edges of that thing. I don't like that at all. And something about Charlie Adelson having an arcade basketball game slam dunk machine in his living room makes complete sense to me. Look over by the front door. There's a large wall mirror that's just leaning on the floor. I mean, again, if you're taking pictures for a property listing, who is it that lets stuff like that happen? We're just going to leave the mirror on the floor, okay? Well, I want 30% off the value. Diagonal fainting couch bed thing. Again, that room would be better with nothing in it at all than an ill-placed, diagonally positioned, whatever you call that. Something strange about having a window behind your head. That would make me feel vulnerable. And clean up the fucking wires behind your TV. I mean, just get one of those little things, you stick it to the wall, all the wires go inside the thing. I don't know what they're called. Casing. Easy. And again, I mean, if it were me, just because I know myself, this chest of drawers that's under the television, stuff would end up being put on there. I don't know, a water jug, some books or something. And inevitably, at some point, I would sit down on the bed, lie down on the bed, go to turn on the TV, and think, oh shit, I've got to move all of that stuff off of the chest of drawers, and I'd have to get up. And I'd repeat the same, as long as that fucking chest of drawers was there, I would repeat that time and time again, and I'd never remember. Either raise the television or move the drawers. That's another room, isn't it? Not a fan of granite countertops. I have that in my current kitchen, and it's just so hard to see if there's if there's breadcrumbs. Right, you're not going to have breadcrumbs in your bathroom, but for me it's in the kitchen, and I have that granite counters in the kitchen, and I can't see if there's fucking breadcrumbs. I want to be able to see in the blink of an eye if I need to sweep the counters, not go around and fucking play find the breadcrumbs, I guess it would make slightly more sense in a bathroom, but I'd still probably end up losing something small. Terrible. Terrible. No toilet roll holder either. No toilet roll holder. God, just imagine Charlie Adelson in there, huh? Showering with a Korean. Don't like the door at the top of the small, thin flight of stairs. Like, set into the walls. I mean, that'd be really, if you were moving something big, that would be awkward as fuck. Like this bit of furniture on the left, imagine that you had to get that up the stairs through that door. You wouldn't be able to twist or anything. That's terrible. All right, you wouldn't move big furniture every day, but just in general, going in and out of that door at the top of those stairs, I wouldn't even like doing it carrying nothing. What am I supposed to do on that couch? Is this a living room or a bedroom? What the fuck? God, look at all of that stuff in there that you're only going to use for the first 14 months or so of a child's life. And then it all gets thrown away. It's big business, big business. I guess the carpet feels pretty nice on bare feet though. Oh my God. Look at this. Look at these fucking mass-produced, what do we call them? Little sentences. Enjoy the little things. Today I choose joy. Who the fuck came up with selling this shit? I really, really hate those things. You know, I think there should be a flip side. Little signs that you can put in your house that say really negative stuff, like, you know, you're gonna have a shit day. You're gonna have a really shit day. No one likes you at work. Wouldn't that be great? I think we've stumbled on a new business idea. Negative, what do we call them? Little life quotes. Enjoy the little things. Today I choose joy. I want some that say you're going to have a shit day and nobody likes you at work. Oh. Well, that bathroom needs a bit of a fucking update, doesn't it? Sort of what? Very early 2000s, I'd say. Like 2002, right? That's how bathrooms looked 23 years ago. Oh, he's got the granite. It's not quite as bad as the one in the bathroom, but the granite countertops again. You're gonna get breadcrumbs on there. It'll be a mess. There'll be rats. Fucking galley kitchen. Very pokey. Very pokey. Couldn't have more than one person in there at any one time. If you had someone cooking and someone washing up, you'd be bumping into each other. Fucking electric hob. Don't like that. Give me some gas. The fridge is okay. It's an American fridge. They're all pretty good. And enormous. Okay, this room has zero identity. I suppose it's a breakfast room, right? This little extension on the kitchen counter on the left side, that's a breakfast bar. There's supposed to be 2 stools that go there, right? So you can sit under, your legs under the thing there. Don't like it though, don't like it at all. And then, you know, in your breakfast room, there's also a mirrored double wardrobe. Just because that's where he keeps all his cereal. It's full of Captain Crunch. Okay, well, yeah, oh. Nice fiberglass fake rockery waterfall feature. Very, very Disneyland, very Disneyland. I guess you can't complain about the outside sofa. Table's a bit small for the amount of people that sofa would accommodate. You know, you could have 30 people on that couch. Where are they supposed to all put their drinks? Things are going to get knocked over real quick around here. I've never particularly understood the obsession with palm trees either, you know. I mean, we have a lot of palm trees around here. And, I don't know, I mean, I love trees. But when I look at a tree, you know, I want to see some power, some age. You know, these things, they just pop up. I mean, it's actually not a tree. It's actually, biologically, a type of grass. Everyone gets so excited about palm trees. I remember a girl, friend of mine in Portugal, bought a piece of land and she was so happy that it had a palm tree on it. And I said, what are you so happy about this palm tree for? What's the deal with that? She said, oh, it feels like a holiday. Okay, well, you live here now, so cut it down. Cut it down. Grow an oak. Give me a Doug fir. Fucking redwood. Okay, is that his boat? No, that's not his boat, is it? We've seen pictures of his shitty boat with one motor. But that is his dock that he would rent out dock space. I'd love to know more about that. The guy would come and pay for the year in cash. I mean, doesn't that sound like a fucking someone trafficking drugs? You know. Oh, look, the outside couch isn't that big. Let's go back. Oh. It looks a lot bigger there. I thought it was more like 2 couches. It must just be the strange lens on the camera. They love to do that, don't they? These fucking real estate agents. Yeah, use the fisheye. It'll make everything look huge. The pergola. I guess I could get along with the pergola. Yeah, I do like sitting in the rain outside when it's warm, under cover. That's a nice feeling. Never done it in Florida, though. Yeah, quite like the table. Quite like the barbecue. It's well positioned, I guess. Yeah. Oh, there's the hot tub behind the thing. There's another picture of the hot tub, and it looks really, really ill-placed in the other picture. It doesn't look so bad there, but it's still a bit non-exclusive. Look at this over there. What's that? Got a big palm tree leaf just fallen on that bench. I mean, that could be tidied up for the picture. Strange place for the hammock. And I'm totally unimpressed with the waterfall thing. Especially when you turn it off, right? Might be okay to stand under that on a hot day and, you know, get rained on. But I like that. I like standing under those waterfall things when you got some real fucking power and you're letting the water pound into your back, right on your neck, and it's like a massage. Not trickling down like some fucking piss. Yeah, try standing under the waterfall. It feels like you're being pissed on. Yeah, great. You see that picture there? I mean, it just looks really like surplus, right? It was when we were waiting to get into the vet recently, and Soap and I went for a little walk, and there's a place just nearby that sells hot tubs. They had a bunch outside, right? Maybe, I don't know, not that many, maybe 8 or 10 different hot tubs. And I was looking at them, and they're like 6,000 euros, you know. And I was looking at each of them, and I was looking at the kind of designs, and you know what I mean? When you're just looking at something to kill a few minutes while you're waiting for the vet, I was just like looking at the designs and thinking, oh, what would it be like to sit in there, and there's a place for your drink, and you'd have guests or whatever, and I just couldn't find anything that I liked about it. I was completely like, I would not spend 6,000 fucking euros on this. You know, I mean, for what? And the whole thing about being in warm water with bubbles. Yeah? What about it? You know, I'm just not, I don't really get the whole thing about why it's fun, other than, you know, it's an excuse. If you've got hot chicks visiting, it's a good excuse to say, let's all get semi-naked, right? And close in the hot tub. That's the only reason. What is this? This is the garage. It's more of a fucking glorified car port. It's practically outside. Wow. Fucking living it up, Charlie. We've got the washer dryer of antiquity. You'd think he'd have gone for the fucking Zanussi Power Whirl 2000, 3000. The Zanussi Power Whirl 3000 X. What the hell is that? Also needs an update. Yeah. Look, there's the carport from the outside. Real thin. I doubt you'd even get a Lexus through that fucking door. Might fit a Prius. So where's the picture of June? Oh, I think I deleted it. I just wanted to see if we could identify where she was standing. I guess it was at the garage, right? Let's see if we can just quickly grab it while we lose all our viewers. There it is. Good. We'll come back to that. But yeah, it's right in front of that garage door that they were photographed. So the press would have been at the end of the driveway or over there somewhere, and June and Charlie were entering Whale Harbor through the garage. Oh wow, that actually looks really pretty small and cramped. So the hot tub is in the kind of furthest right corner of the garden. Yeah, that's no good at all. And I bet the mosquitoes are fucking brutal with all this water around, all this stagnant water. I mean, that's where they breed, right? They all come out. And that's his docking space. So if he's got a boat parked there, how's anyone else supposed to pass by? I mean, this big guy over here, YO, do you think his boat is called YOLO? I bet it fucking is, isn't it? That's exactly the kind of classless shit name someone with a boat in Whale Harbor would name their boat. YOLO. YOLO. You see, I mean, that really just doesn't appeal to me. Well, I don't look at this picture and go, oh, hey, imagine living there. That would be great. Wouldn't that be great? Let's all go and live there. I don't look at that picture like that at all. I would hate that. Which one is it here? Oh, there. There. That's the one. So the dining area, that room with the mirrored wardrobes was the dining area. And the primary bedroom with a half bath, living room. So they're on the So the primary bedroom is on the ground floor. How stupid is that? And then the kitchen is downstairs, and then there's, you go upstairs and there's two bedrooms that share a bathroom between them, a very small bathroom, 5'3" by 8'2". That's not much at all, is it? I mean, the master bathroom, if you could call it that, is 9 foot by 6'10", and that's an L shape. So part of it's only 3 foot wide, and the rest of it's this wardrobe built into the primary bedroom that is 11 foot by 13. Also, not enormous. I think it's a little shit. I think it's all just a bit shit. Anyway, that's Charlie's house. Now, cross-examination, Ryan Fitzpatrick. Hey, sorry, Michelle. This Nightbot thing deleted your comments, and like we're getting rid of it. We don't like this at all. But just so you know, we all think you're awesome.
You met Katie once or twice, right? Magbanawa?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
You didn't know her personally?
No, sir, I did not.
But Charlie mentioned to you that the father of Katie's kids tried to run him off the road?
Yes, sir.
Tried to kill him?
Yes, sir.
And that was in 2014?
Vaguely, yes, sir. If that's what I testified to, then yes.
Charlie talks a lot, right?
Indeed, he does.
Repeats
There we
himself
go.
a ton, right?
Danny Rashbaum. Okay, we got to do a clip show of that. Charlie likes to talk, right? Charlie likes to talk clips. Probably be a 3-minute video when we get all of them. Likes to talk. And Victoria Girl wants a t-shirt that says, "No one likes you at work." Charlie likes to talk a lot.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think Ms. Kappelman just refreshed your memory that you were aware of the bump, that Charlie told you about the bump.
Yes, sir.
Okay. By the way, did you communicate with Charlie on WhatsApp?
Yes, sir.
You ever talk about murder on WhatsApp with him?
No, sir.
Ms. Kappelman asked you about whether Charlie started to act nervous at the time of around Katie's arrest. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that shortly before her arrest, law enforcement released an affidavit calling for Charlie's arrest, which the state attorney refused?
What? I don't understand your question.
Are you aware that there was an affidavit that was released by law enforcement calling for Charlie's arrest?
I believe there was like a probable cause or excuse me, or something like that. Yes, sir.
And that was broadcast to the entire world, right?
It was broadcast. Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was back in 2014, correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir. If that's when it
I'm
happened.
sorry, that was back in 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time that he started to act kind of weird.
Yes, sir.
Also around that time, there were 60 Minutes, 2020, and Dateline specials, right?
Yes, sir.
And there was also this bump, right?
Yes, sir.
And after Katie's arrest, there was even more suggestion that Charlie somehow had some role in this, right?
Yes, sir.
By the way, you continued to be friends with him after that, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, isn't it true that you stole from Charlie?
No, not at all.
It's not true that you took checks that were supposed to be made out to the business and took them for yourself?
That's alleged in a lawsuit that's been dismissed. So
Was that lawsuit dismissed because Charlie Adelson got arrested in this
I don't know
case?
why I never hired an attorney because I wasn't worried about it.
When was it dismissed? After his arrest in this case or before?
I found out last week, so I don't know. I don't care.
Do you think it was do you think it was dismissed after he was arrested in this case?
That's speculation on your part. I have no idea. I didn't think about it. Didn't lose any sleep over it.
Was a lawsuit for hundreds of thousands of dollars?
About $2 million. But I don't have that anyway, so I didn't worry about it.
Before he filed that lawsuit, he demanded that you repay him, right?
I guess if that's what he says.
Well, did he text you and demand repayment?
Yeah.
He said he was going to start taking what you owed him out of your paychecks. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And you didn't like that.
No.
So you
Not at all.
So you threatened if he tried to recover any of the stolen money for you, you would go to law.
I love it when, Daniel Rashbaum thinks if he talks in this kind of like, and you didn't like that, right? This kind of theatrical, very amdram fucking, whatever you want to call it, right? Whatever it is he's doing, it's very serious. He's not joking around or being charming here, right? He's aiming for an effect. I don't know what that effect is, but I love it how Ryan in particular, and Jeff to an extent, kind of just laugh it off, right? They're just like, okay, what, I didn't like that he threatened to take the money out of my paycheck? No. Like, of course not. And you didn't like that, right? Fucking...
law enforcement and tell them that that he was involved in Professor Markel's murder.
I don't know if that's what I said verbatim at all.
Well, let's see if I can refresh your memory.
Oh, look. Yeah, big theatrical technique there, right? Dossier technique. This is for the benefit of the... Daniel Rashbaum, there's nothing in that folder, man. It's all blank paper. But as far as the jury can see, Daniel Rashbaum goes, okay, let's see if I can refresh your memory. And then he storms over to his desk and grabs this huge binder with like 40,000 pages in, and it looks like, oh, look, he's got a really big folder. He must have loads of evidence against Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Well, let's see if I can refresh your memory.
Look at the size of that. That's all of his, that's his shopping catalogue for his new fucking house that he's having built with the Adelson money. There's nothing in there, man. And, if you needed it, you could have brought it over with you when you went to the podium in the first place. But no, what you wanted to do is do this big theatrical gesture for the sake of the jury so that they would see you fucking storm over to your desk and grab this huge fucking folder. It didn't work. They don't care. They don't notice. He might as have a big sticker on the front of that binder in huge bold letters saying, loads of evidence, huge amount of evidence. And look, Georgia knows. She's like, yeah, this is what we learned the first day of law school. Okay? Oh, go and grab the big folder. She's laughing at him. And I think the reason that Judge Everett and Georgia Kapperman do kind of laugh at Daniel Rashbaum and kind of, just let him get on with it is because they're under no illusion that Rashbaum is simply going through the motions to ensure that he abides by his adheres to his, service level agreement for the defense that he's charged money to do, right? The Adelsons paid him, and all he's got to do is go through the motions of this trial, knowing that it's a sure thing that Charlie's going to get convicted and face life in prison. Doesn't matter, because all he's doing is the job that he was paid to do, and nothing beyond that. Nothing beyond that. If he gave it the slightest shit, he would have changed his tactics and adapted when he saw how badly they don't work.
What exhibit are we up to? Do you recall saying to Charlie Adelson, I don't owe you shit. I'll be on the phone with the FBI today. Get your affairs in order before prison, punk. You're going to rot in jail, you mom, fag. Do you recall saying that?
I mean, if you're reading it, then I did.
You open your mouth and I will open mine.
Mom fag always makes me laugh. What a thing to call someone. You mom fag.
Watch, motherfucker. You're a miserable Jew and you're going to get what you deserve. Do you recall saying that?
If you're reading it, then I said it.
I dare you to threaten me again. I'll be on the phone with the FBI before you blink, you murderer. Do you remember saying that?
Yep.
Get fucked. I'm going to get you in jail. Do you remember saying that?
I guess if it's in there.
You ever heard of a website on Facebook called True Crimes Blog, True Crimes Case, the Dan Markel case? Let's discuss. You ever heard of that?
Yes.
You're just posting pictures of Charlie on that website this week, right?
I don't know.
You want me to show you them?
What difference does it make? What does that have to do with anything?
May I approach, Your Honor? Does this refresh your recollection of a picture you posted of Charlie on that website just days ago?
Yeah, it's a good picture.
You say you have nothing to gain from this case and you don't really care and you don't want to be here, right?
Right.
Just on Tuesday, do you recall writing to someone, I want to propose a wager. Let's see who gets involved.
Hang on. So, Veronica says that this isn't Whale Harbor. Oh. Tortugas Lane, right. Oh, I thought that was Whale Harbor. So he had another house one street over also with a grotto pool. Why would anyone do that? I just gotta find out what this is about. No. No. You got it wrong. You got it wrong. Look, this is Tortugas Lane. Veronica, you let us down. You made me doubt myself, Veronica. Tortugas Lane has got a much, much nicer kitchen. Let me share this with you. Which one is it? This one. All right, there's Tortugas Lane, 2613, much better kitchen. Now I'll show you the listing for this one. See? Whale Harbor Lane. Now take note of the garage, okay? We'll show you June. Same garage. No? Is there a yellow wall? Let's go back to Whale Harbor. Well, there's not a yellow wall, but these pictures are from 2024, I think. Or at least that's what the copyright watermark says on the images. So it's possible that could have been painted. The garage looks the same. Look at the garage. Back to June. Well, as much as we can tell, it doesn't really matter what house this is, but as far as Tortuga Lane, the house that we just expected is the house on Whale Harbor, and the other house in Tortuga's Lane, it has a much nicer kitchen and is worth about $120,000 more, or $113,000 more. Thank you for making us fact check ourselves, Veronica.
The over and under on Life Plus, laugh out loud.
Yeah.
Yeah. You posted on there that you were going to help get this man a life imprisonment, right?
I don't know that it suggested that I was helping him do anything. I was just speaking my opinion, which that's free speech, and that's what all the other idiots on that thing do as well. So
I want to propose a wager. Over under on Life Plus. That's what you said.
yeah.
No further questions.
Move to strike Mr. Rashbaum's commentary to the extent it's on the record.
Sustained, members of the jury, you are to disregard the last statement concerning
From Mr. Rauschbaum as to the post on the social media site.
No question, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Please call your next witness.
Should we approach on that one, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, big witness next. We're starting off Luis Rivera. Man, has it been almost 4 hours already? Should we do Luis, or should we do it all together? I guess we'll start him off. Yeah, Power Ranger sticker collection. I like that. With his name written on the folder in glitter gel pens. It's a shame he doesn't have an I or a J, a lowercase j in his name. Otherwise he could dot it with a love heart. Oh, Daniel, I suppose he does, yeah. Daniel with a love heart dotted I in glitter gel pens.
Report you out briefly, and then we'll continue with the testimony. Jury is exiting. Please rise.
Why would they ever call that witness?
I'm pretty sure it was a marlin pinto, not a swordfish. But I'm not 100%. But it is Florida, so there's a lot of marlin down there, I think.
How long will it take to get them in place?
Maybe we should verify that. Do we have any fish experts in the crowd? Can we just, we need to know the facts. Fucking Veronica's got me all fact-checking now. So if we look at a swordfish, save image as okay, so there's the fish on Charlie's wall, and now we'll go to save. Well, the marlin does have this kind of fanned fin thing, but the body looks more like a swordfish. I think it's just made up. They don't know what they're doing. It's half marlin, half swordfish. It's a hybrid. Are there any fish experts in the crowd? But then the marlin does have that two-tone color as well. Maybe the fan gets bigger when he sings. Oh. Which fish do you think is a better singer? The marlin, obviously.
We'll go back on in 10 minutes, and then the defense can take its proffer as to the issue that's already been addressed at sidebar. We'll bring the jurors back in. Looks like time-wise, Mr. Rauschbaum, I know I didn't want to cut off your access of getting started on any cross-examinations, but do you wish to stay across today or move into next week?
I think, I mean, I don't know when they're going to be, but probably next week.
Very well.
But if they're quick, then maybe I would start it. Can we just go sidebar after? And
That's fine.
okay.
All right. We'll resume in 10 minutes at 4:23.
$4.23. Okay, Big Man Lewis.
We're back in session.
Everyone can be seated. All right. You may be seated. Mr. Rauschbaum, you can go ahead with the proffer of the witness. Mr. Rivera, let me swear you in at this point. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may take your seat.
Mr. Rivera, how are you?
All right.
In 2014, 2015, you were a member of the Latin Kings, is that right?
Yes.
And that's a violent gang?
No, we're a family.
It's a gang, right?
Yeah, it's a gang. It's a family, though.
In fact, you were head of the North Miami branch of Latin Kings, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Kappelman, do you have anything to raise
Concerning this in light of what has been proffered as the theory of defense.
No, Your Honor, I'm still objecting to relevance.
As this specifically goes to the defendant's theory of defense, I will permit the line of questioning that has been raised. However, Mr. Rauschbaum, you are being cautioned as to going into any matters that are collateral to your theory itself. Do you understand where the line is?
Understand, Your Honor.
Let's bring in the jurors.
It's too easy.
Enter the courtroom.
Sailfish. Sailfish. Ooh. Yeah, that looks about right. Sailfish. All right. Well, this isn't fish TV, okay?
Everyone except for Mr. Rivera may be seated. Mr. Rivera, I'm going to swear you now in front of the jury. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I swear.
You may take your seat. You may examine when ready.
What is your name, sir?
Luis Rivera.
Mr. Rivera, where are you from?
Miami. I'm Puerto Rican, but raised in Miami.
Right, and I see you're wearing a jail uniform. Have you been convicted of a felony?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
I don't remember.
5
Much.
sound right?
45, yeah.
All right, and are you currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you serving a sentence for both this case that we're here about and also a federal case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's start with the federal case. What is the nature of that charge?
Conspiracy RICO with the Latin Kings.
Conspiracy, RICO, like a racketeering?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's related to your involvement with the Latin Kings?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a gang?
Gang, family.
Okay. And that was a group that you were affiliated with when you lived in Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we've heard that when...
Do you think Georgia Kappelman could adopt Luis Rivera when he gets out? You know, and teach him virtue? You know?
Some incidents occurred during this case.
I mean, if anyone could do it, it's Georgia Kappelman, right? That should be a sponsored community outreach program or something, you know. Georgia Kappelman takes in Latin King and reteaches him the fundamental basic principles of good citizenship.
You were incarcerated in Broward County. Were you incarcerated in Broward County back in 2016?
No.
You were never in Broward?
2016?
Yeah.
No, I was in the feds.
Okay, so you were incarcerated, but not...
You know, how long does he get out? Like 7 more years or something? Huh? Not that many. I think it's like 2032 that he can get out, maybe. So around 7 or 8 years, right? In 10 years, we're going to see a Southern gentleman just with a neck tattoo.
in Broward. That was part of the ruse that you were.
Yeah,
in
I was in Broward, but I was 2016. I was in the feds. I was in Coleman.
All right. So at the time of what we're calling the bump, you were actually in federal custody.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that on the racketeering case?
Yes, ma'am.
You're still serving a sentence on that case?
Absolutely.
Okay. And is
Yeah, Mr. Pinto Peabody says his last couple of years of freedom were just spent being completely paranoid, so he couldn't update anything. Yeah, I can't imagine that he was going around fucking Lowe's looking at color samples, should we go with the harvest wheat or pati tofu? What do you think would look better in the den? Harvest wheat or pati tofu?
that case in any way related to the murder that we're here about today?
No, ma'am.
All right, so when law enforcement came to talk to you and identified you as a suspect in the murder case, you were already serving this sentence unrelated, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been promised anything in reference to that federal case for your testimony here today?
Nope.
All right, and have you ever gotten any help on the federal case for your cooperation in this case?
No, ma'am.
All right, what did you get for your cooperation in this case?
This case, the murder case, 19 years.
All right. And was the 19 years to be served concurrently or at the same time with the federal sentence you're already serving?
Concurrent with the same time as the feds.
And what is your release date once you conclude both sentences?
Both sentences, probably 2032, 33.
32 or 33? 2032 or 2033?
Yeah.
Okay.
God, I mean, fucking hell, man. I mean, he must feel like on the home stretch, right? We're 2025 now. That's like chicken change to get to fucking 32 from here. He's already been in 9 years. He's more than halfway through. I mean, once you get more than halfway, I think things start to go a bit quicker, right? Start to feel a bit quicker.
And what is it that you have to do in exchange for this 19-year sentence on the murder case?
How to testify.
All right, and what do you have to testify to?
The murder.
All right, and has anyone told you to say anything other than the truth in the case?
No, ma'am.
Have I or anyone promised you anything other than what we've already discussed, the sentence you got?
No, ma'am.
Anybody ever told you that you had to testify about a specific person in order to get a deal?
No, ma'am.
It's like, I think it was Madonna, right? That suddenly decided she needed to adopt an orphan from every ethnic group or something. I just imagine the same thing with Georgia Kappelman, but instead of every ethnic group, she wants a confidential informant from every motorcycle gang in the country. She's got one Latin king, one Hell's Angel, one pagan, one northerner, one, what are the others? There's a bunch. She's collecting confidential informants from every motorcycle group and teaching them all the virtues of becoming a Southern gentleman. What a great movie that would be. Oh, thank you, Ryden, for that fantastic coffee link. I am going to go and make a coffee right now, as per the request of Victoria Girl. If anybody is ready, willing, and able to support the channel, you can, with a link in the description, to buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics, or any of the other ways. Super chats are great. Super stickers are great. I mean, Patreon is great. Don't go to the merch store, though, because fuck them. We're going to set up a new merch store with even more, better, newer merch soon. But it's a whole job. But yeah, best way to support the channel, buymeacoffee.com. /True Crime Metrix. We can't thank you enough, guys. I am actually going to go right now and make another coffee, so I'll be back.
All right, I want to talk about how you came to be a participant in the murder of Dan Markel. Did you participate in his murder?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you came to be a part of that?
From a friend,
And who's your friend?
Garcia.
Who's Garcia? Is that Sigfredo Garcia?
Sigfredo Garcia, yes.
How did you know him?
Childhood.
And had you described him as a brother previously?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that because he was in the gang, or
No,
just
he's not in no gang.
he was not in a gang,
Oh.
but he was a good enough friend that you referred to him as
Yes,
a brother?
ma'am.
And back around the time that this crime occurred in 2014, were you and Mr. Garcia together all the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Garcia, is he the one that came to you with the information about this job that needed to be done?
Absolutely.
And I say job, is that what this murder was to you?
Yes, ma'am.
So your motive for coming to Tallahassee and participating in this murder was money?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Did you know Dan Markel?
Nope.
Did you know anything about him?
Nope.
All right, so do you know why Garcia, or how Garcia came to know about this murder or this job?
His girl,
Who's that?
Katie.
All right, so am I correct that Katie hired Garcia and Garcia hired you?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was to actually come to Tallahassee to do the murder?
It was me and him.
You and Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
But not Katie?
No.
So she stayed in Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and who was to get the money once the job was done?
Katie.
All right, and did she get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where she got the money from?
Mm,
Do you
my-
know where she got the money from?
Yeah, the people. She got
Who are the people?
the dentist. I called them the dentist at that time.
The dentist?
Like Wendi and her brother.
Okay, and do you know which one of them actually handed Katie the money?
No, absolutely not.
And you weren't there for that?
No, ma'am.
So Katie went to get the money from the people, which includes both of them,
Yes, ma'am.
and then brought it back to you.
Yes.
Okay, we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Did you originally describe the purpose behind this murder as helping a lady in Tallahassee get her kids?
What you mean?
Did you describe I know your purpose was money,
Yeah.
but whoever did the hiring had a different purpose, right?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of that purpose?
For the kids.
To get these kids.
Get the kids back.
Okay. And do you know any more about that? Which family member did what, and whose kids they were, or anything like that?
No, I don't think I know the kids was Wendi. That's her name.
Wendi, they're Wendy's kids?
Yeah, that's the only thing I know.
Okay, and it had something to do with getting Wendy's kids.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know the dentist?
No.
Have you ever met the dentist before? What did the dentist have to do with the lady in Tallahassee that had the kids?
That's her brother.
And what was his connection to you or to Garcia?
To me, nothing. His connection that was Katie's boyfriend.
All right, so Katie was Garcia's child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
And also was dating Charlie Adelson?
Absolutely.
Did you know before the murder was committed, did you know how much you were going to be paid?
No.
When did you find out how much you were going to be paid?
When we was driving up.
Okay, so that was before the murder was committed.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I'm sorry, yeah.
All right, and so when you were driving up, you found out the job was going to pay how much for you?
Well, they only gave me 37.
$37,000?
Yes, ma'am.
And how much was the total bill for the job?
It was $100,000.
And that was split between who?
3 ways.
You and who else?
Me, Garcia, and Katie.
Was this job in any way related to your gang affiliation?
No, absolutely not.
To show you State's Exhibit. Shouldn't I have photos as well? Oh. I'll show you 37 and 38. You recognize these photos?
Yep.
Are those photos of the folks that were involved in this homicide?
Yep.
Plus another young lady. Who's that?
That's my baby mama. She's not involved.
Okay, and what's her name?
Jessica Rodriguez.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move
Yo,
to
what
evidence
did we miss?
37 and 38.
Any objection?
Moving into evidence 37 and 38. Okay. I gotta catch up.
No objection.
States 37 and 38 are admitted.
Publish 37 at this time, please.
You may.
Thank you.
I just saw the picture. I just saw the picture of Sigfredo there. Let's see if we can find it, because I don't think they show it. That's the one thing about Trial 3, Charlie Adelson's trial, that's... the video production changes a little bit every time, and for the most part it improves over time. Charlie's trial was the first one of all three that had a face-on camera for the attorneys at the podium. We didn't see that with Katie 2 or Sigfredo Katie. But they show the screen less, the evidence on the screen. Let me see it. Oh, fuck. I'm still trying to learn to type. Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. If it's quick, I'll pull it up. No, I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it. Doesn't matter. Maybe they will show it.
Who's that on the far left in the green shirt?
Garcia.
Okay, and next to him,
Katie.
and next to her,
Jessica.
and then that's you on the right.
Yes, ma'am.
When was this photo taken? Let me ask you this, was it before or after the homicide?
Well, it was certainly before fucking Katie got her new tits. When was this picture taken? Was it before or after Katie got her new tits? And where did Sigfredo Garcia get his haircut? Sigfredo Garcia got his haircut from a badger. Gotta look at that, huh? All on the outside. Katie's enjoying some white vest. And I don't know. I mean, to me, Luis Rivera doesn't even look threatening. You know, I find it. I mean, I'm sure he can be. I'm sure he can be. But here, like, if I bumped into him and made him spill his drink, I wouldn't be worried. I probably wouldn't even apologize. I'd probably say to him, "Which way you going, you fucking idiot?" I mean, Sigfredo Garcia looks a little bit menacing and or intimidating. I probably would avoid cutting in front of him at the baggage collection after a busy, delayed plane journey. After you, sir. Yeah, but if I bumped into Luis Rivera and made him spill his drink, I'd probably blame him.
If you know.
I can't remember.
Did you previously say it was taken sometime after the homicide? I can't remember.
I can't remember.
Okay. States 38. Who are these folks?
That's me and Garcia.
Oh, that's the one I was going to say. Look at these fucking pair of posing idiots. Sigfredo Garcia's clearly just had a fucking gram of cocaine up each nostril. And I think Luis Rivera might really be enjoying the feel of his jaw right now.
Did Mr. Garcia go by any nicknames?
Tuto.
And what about you? Did you have a nickname?
Tato.
Patootie. So when Patootie...
Had you ever been to Tallahassee before you came for this murder?
No, ma'am.
Did you come to Tallahassee one time or more than one time?
Twice.
And both times, was that with just you and Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Both times did you come in a rental car?
Yes, ma'am.
How long had, can we go back to, oh. How long had Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia been, I guess, on again, off again?
Pinto, YOLO means you only live once. And it's the kind of thing people started to get tattooed on themselves about 25 years ago and then regretted it.
Like 10 years.
So at the time of this homicide, they'd been on and off for about 10 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you knew her pretty well as far as through Garcia, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she go by Katie sometimes?
Yes, ma'am.
I think what George is doing here is asking him these questions like, did she go by Katie sometimes? That doesn't really need to be proven, right? But what she's doing here is asking him these kind of unimportant questions so that the jury can get a feel for him, right? It is a very, very, very important witness, probably the most important witness aside from perhaps Charlie himself, but he's a defense witness. The state can't call him. He decides whether he testifies. So of the state's witnesses, did I say he's a state witness? I meant he's not a state witness. Of the state's witnesses, who is more important than Luis Rivera? But he's also, you know, they have to work to maintain his credibility, right? He's involved, he was facing a death sentence and all the rest of it, right? Usually that would be quite an easy target witness for the defense to demonstrate it was unreliable because they're, you know, not a trustworthy member of society and all the rest of it, right? I mean, so my point is that it's extra important that the state support Luis's credibility to the jury. Very important witness and can easily be undermined. Usually this kind of witness could easily be undermined by the defense. So it's very important that the state support his credibility. And they're doing that by getting the jury used to the way he answers questions that don't matter, right? Because he's pretty much the same throughout. It's like a getting to know you. It's like they're absorbing Luis Rivera as George is going through these setup questions.
Judge, may I publish States 59 at this time?
You may.
After I turn the thing on. Mr. Rivera, have you seen this exhibit before?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had an opportunity to take a look at the phone numbers associated with the people on this chart that you know?
I seen them, but I don't remember none of them.
Don't remember those numbers? Have you previously testified about the numbers?
No, maybe one of them. I think it's probably mine.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to look at the rental contract that you filled out for the rental car that was used in this homicide, the Prius?
Yes.
All right. And that contract has your phone number on it, correct?
Yes.
And if that phone number matches the one up there, would that be the correct number for you at that time? Or at least one of them?
Pariah, Kyle, just to say, no, I didn't see any coffees come in from you. But no pressure, just to answer your question. I just checked on the thing.
Probably one of them. I have multiple phones, though.
Yeah, you had a couple phones, right? The address that was on the rental contract. Can I see the rental contract, please? Oh, it is. One moment, I'm gonna show it to you. It's Normandy, something Normandy? Is that where you were living at the time of the murder?
No. I was just on my license.
So you provided your driver's license to rent the car,
Yes, ma'am.
and you know what number the rental contract is? Never mind, I just found it. Okay, and at the time on your license, I'm approaching with States 58. It had this 1805 Normandy Drive on your license.
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you actually living at that time?
I was living with Jessica.
Okay, and was Jessica's address at 1515 Northeast 135th
Street, yeah.
number 14?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I want to talk about the first trip. Do you know the date that you left to come here for the first trip?
No, ma'am.
Does June 4th of 2014 sound correct?
Probably.
All right, how did you get here? Who drove?
I drove. He drove half, and I drove the other half.
All right,
The first
so
time.
you both did some of the driving.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and how did you know where you were going?
Oh, he knew his way.
Who did?
Garcia.
How did he know his way?
He had a piece of paper with an address in the picture.
What can you describe what the piece of paper
It's a
looked
regular
like?
piece of paper.
Like a regular piece of paper like this size?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it white?
Yes.
Was it like this kind of paper that goes in a printer?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was printed on it?
It was the dude's address.
Okay. Was the address printed or handwritten, if you know?
Man, I can't remember.
Okay. Did it have a photograph on it?
Yeah.
All right. So it had a photograph and an address. Anything else written on there?
That's it.
Or typed?
Not that I remember.
Okay. So that's how you knew who you were supposed to kill and where that person lived?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't get the address from the prof's blog?
No.
You don't read the prof's blog?
No. Well, you know that.
Are you on the prof's blog server list?
No.
What is your objection?
Can you just come sidebar for one moment?
I would. Okay.
Charlie still hasn't sorted out his collar. It's like a paper airplane around his neck. Sidebar. We're skipping.
From a blog.
Oh. The blog was Wendi.
Did Mr. Garcia get any information about Mr. Markel from a blog?
No.
Did either of you, to your knowledge, go on the computer and look on his Facebook?
No, ma'am.
Or search him in any kind of way?
Not at all.
All right, so everything you did from this piece of paper.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to the address on the paper on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to see Professor Markel that trip?
No.
What did y'all do that trip?
We tried to follow him, but we lost him, but
All right, so you saw his vehicle
yes, ma'am.
and tried to follow it.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember where you followed it that trip?
Not that trip. I don't think I remember.
Oh damn it! I think Paul M. Did I miss Lewis staring Charlie out? Can I just go back a second? We'll skip forward ahead. We're at 8, 18, and 43. Oh yeah.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me.
Hey, thanks, Riding Shotgun, and the link works apparently, Pariah, if you need it. If you don't, if you do, if you don't, yeah, that stare. You know, the trick is with the death stare is that you have to look through someone, right? Like they're not even there. Focus, put your focal length on the thing behind them. That's the death stare tactics.
Garcia get any information about Mr. Markel from a blog?
No.
Did either of you, to your knowledge, go on the computer and look on his Facebook?
No, ma'am.
Or search him in any kind of way?
Not at all.
All right, so everything you did from this piece of paper?
Yes, ma'am.
Evan wants the Katie thing. Thanks so much, Evan. Of course you can have the Katie thing. I love it as well. I mean, it kind of relaxes me, strangely, right?
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me.
One more time.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me. And then I'm gonna go to my English teacher and I'm gonna fuck him up for not fucking teaching me more than 4 fucking motherfucking words. That fuck.
Did you go to the address on the paper on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to see Professor Markel
Fucking A, bro.
that
I'm gonna
trip?
fucking fuck up whoever the fuck
What
is
did y'all
fucking
do
with
that
me.
trip?
This isn't Fish TV, Pariah. Thanks so much, Kyle, for the fabulous coffee on buymeacoffee.com. Love it.
We tried to follow him, but we lost him, but
All right, so you saw his vehicle
yes, ma'am.
and tried to follow it.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember where you followed it that trip?
Not that trip. I don't think I remember.
Okay. Did you watch his home? Sit and watch his home during
Yes,
that
ma'am.
first trip? Did anybody get out of the car and look around or poke around his property?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did that?
Garcia.
Why didn't the murder get done on this trip?
Man, I can't remember.
Did you have a weapon with you?
I think I don't remember.
Did you previously say that you each had a firearm on both trips?
Yeah.
Okay, do you remember which weapon was the murder weapon?
Yeah, I remember the weapon.
Where did the murder weapon come from?
I got it
Where'd you get it from?
on the streets,
All right, and was that in Miami or up here?
Miami.
Okay, so you went and got a weapon. Was that specifically for the purpose of
Yes,
committing
ma'am.
this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And I totally believe this as well. You know, I've heard people make the case of there's no way they would have traveled to Tallahassee with a gun because if they got pulled over, Luis Rivera was a convicted felon. They both were, and they're not allowed to be in possession of a firearm, and that would have blown. Okay. I mean, they did get pulled over. I mean, and they were both. Well, especially Sigfredo, doing coke the whole way up and drinking on a 9-hour drive. I mean, these are not careful, these are reckless criminals, right? And I've also heard people make the argument of, yes. What they did was that they contacted a Latin King network in Tallahassee and had them provide a gun. No, I don't believe that either. And I'll tell you why. And those people that argue that, they say, yes, and Luis Rivera doesn't want to further disgrace his name to the Latin Kings by telling them that part of the story. Well, if any element is found to be untrue by Luis Rivera, his deal's off the table. He goes to jury trial, faces the death penalty. Well, maybe not faces the death penalty, but whatever. His deal's off the table. And very, very specifically, the Latin Kings, he didn't want to involve in this murder. It wasn't gang business. It's no sweat of Luis Rivera's nose to go on the street and pick up an illegal gun. He would know exactly where to go for that. He would pay $150 and get a fucking short-nosed, stubby 38 or whatever it was. And then he said he got a handful of bullets from the gun store, which you don't need to provide, records check and so on, apparently. I mean, I don't know how that works. I wouldn't know. But I feel that the whole thing about him purchasing a gun on the street and taking it with him on the trip, in the car, is totally believable and good enough to be fucking verified.
And did that weapon come up here on the first trip with you?
I think so.
All right. And was there another firearm in the car as well?
We had two.
Okay. Whose gun was the other one?
Garcia.
And the murder weapon, what type of weapon was that?
38.
Is that a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was there a particular plan as far as who was going to actually do the murder?
I was supposed to do it.
Okay, and was it always going to be a shooting?
It was going to be a shooting.
What was the plan? Were you always going to do it in his car, or what? Was there any kind of plan?
No, there wasn't no plan. Really.
No plan, no order to make sure that it was done at the house. You see, everyone assumes from Wendy's drive to Trescott that she was going to check if the murder had been done. Yeah? Aside from the fact that we know that Wendi was kept out of the planning, minimal details. Yes, she knew the day. Yes, she gave information about Markel's travel, and so on. She knew the day. As far as the minutiae details, there was no order. It seems very likely that there was no order. You've got to kill the professor at his house. Everyone hears, Wendi driving down Trescott. She couldn't resist. Everyone assumes that she knew it was to be done at the house. Why? And then some people like to argue the thing of, well, they gave the address. They gave the address. It was on the paper that Charlie put into the diaper bag of Katie and then she gave to Sigfredo. Yeah. The address. This is where to find him. This is where to find him and start tailing him and find an appropriate place to kill him. I mean, I don't even think that was specified. You know, this is where he lives. This is where you will locate him. As far as the details of where to kill him and how to get away with it without being seen, I believe that you leave that up to the killers. Right? Think about it. Say there's a block party that day. I mean, okay, there probably wasn't going to be a block party, but say that there was a terrible car accident or a house fire or something unforeseen next door to Dan Markel, and the street was packed with emergency vehicles. You think the killers are gonna take Markel out at his house then? No, it's left up to them, right? This is where you will find him. This is what he looks like. Go and kill him, we'll give you $100,000. The rest of the details, how you kill him, where you kill him, I make the case strongly. Do I know for certain? No. But it seems to make the most sense to me that there was no order to kill him at the house and that there was no possible way for Wendi to know for sure that he was shot at the house. So her drive down Trescott, if it was to verify that he had been shot and that something had happened, it was a guess. It was a guess at best. If the order was to kill him at his house, why follow him all the way around town? You know? They started following from his house. Yeah, we got to kill him at his house. So let's go to his house and then follow him around town all morning. Wait outside the gym for an hour and a half. Then we'll follow him back to his house and kill him. Come on. I want someone to convince me otherwise, because I think this is a pretty good argument. And what is the argument, essentially? That Wendi's drive down Trescott has more questions to it than she couldn't help herself and wanted to verify that it was done. I think what is more probable is that she wanted to see if Markel was at the house. And did he keep his garage door closed all the time? Maybe. But you're not going to know unless you drive past. It was kind of on the way. You know, and the thing about why go to that liquor store, well, the other liquor stores that were closer were actually, if she'd have continued on Trescott, past the house and come out at the other end on Thomasville, that was where the closer liquor stores were. So maybe her intention was never to go to ABC Liquors. Maybe that came because when she drove around Trescott and had to turn back and back onto Centerville and go down Centerville, and I imagine she had some adrenaline pumping through, right? I mean, imagine that. You've just gone that close to the crime scene and something has gone down and now you know it's all fucking real and you know you're going to be talking to detectives that day and it's fucking showtime, baby. That's like with the moment the lights go on and you're on stage suddenly, right? It's a buzz. And, so she just continues driving down Centerville and goes to what ends up being the closest, the liquor store on her route. But only because she had to turn back when she was on Trescott. Can we bring up a map? Oh. Let's see if we can bring up a map. Tallahassee, Florida. Benton Hill. Well, let's go to Trescott. Trescott Drive. So, but one thing I can't do let me see if I can find a Google image for map of Wendy's drive down Trescott. Oh no, well, Trescott is quite a bit further south than where I was thinking, but let me show you this. Or is this a better image? No, I like the other one better. Wendi route. Mm-hmm. So, there's Aqua Ridge Way at the top. That's her house, 3303. And she left there, went down the purple line south. That's Centerville. And so forget what I said about going down Trescott would have been... I thought if she'd have continued on Trescott, she would have come out more towards Market Square Liquors. But that's quite a bit further north, so that really doesn't matter. But if she had have continued through Trescott, if she were able to pass and make it through to Thomasville, which is just north of ABC Wine and Spirits, perhaps she would not have turned south on Thomasville and gone north to Market Square Liquors. You know, it looks like wherever she turned right at the bottom, when she turned off Centerville, then she came out on Thomasville and the ABC was right there, right? And possibly, I mean, I don't know if this larger road, I can't see what it says, but if that's a freeway, maybe there's not an on-ramp. So maybe what she was originally going to do was go to Capitol Circle and then up northwest towards Market Square Liquors and Mosaic. That would make sense. And maybe she, when she got to Capitol Circle, she thought, hey, I'm just going to continue down Centerville and quickly drive past the house just to see if Dan's car's there. she would have probably known. She knew that he was going to a workout session or spinning or whatever it was at the gym, because he said that in a text exchange they had, I think it was that morning, and she knew about his travel plans. So and she knew it was a Friday, she probably either had it confirmed or knew what his work-life arrangements were well enough to at least assume that he would be working from home that day. If he was going to the gym in the morning, not out until 10:30, and it's a Friday, and he's traveling tomorrow, she probably knew his schedule well enough to know that he would be working from home. So I think that she wanted to drive down Trescott just to see if there was any sign of his car. Has he made it back from Premiere, from his spinning class that I knew about because we discussed it? And she also knew that they were... Was it that day, that afternoon, that they were scheduled to meet and talk about Ben's school? I think it's, rather than her knowing that the murder was to happen at the house, I don't see any reason that anybody would know that the murder was to happen at the house. So it wasn't a case of she couldn't help herself and had to go and check if the murder had been done because she knew it was happening at the house. I think she drove down Trescott just to see if there was any sign of any information whatsoever. She can't call him again. She doesn't want to have fucking digital records. I don't think that she expected to find the roadblock. I think she expected to drive past the house. And that's it, right? I'm either going to see the car or I'm not going to see the car. But just before I go and sit down with my lunch friends at Mosaic, I'm going to see if I can glean any information whatsoever. If she saw the car there, then she would probably assume, well, he made it back from the gym okay, so they've obviously not killed him yet. And those little bits of information, when you're doing a plan like this, any small piece of information is helpful. And if you don't have it, you really notice that you don't have it. I think that's a much, much more likely thing, I just don't see any evidence that anybody would have known or told the killers to do it at the house.
Didn't plan nothing out.
So it was just going to be, if an opportunity arose, you were
If
going
there
to
was
take
opportunity, we do what we gotta do and go.
it? What if an opportunity arose when the children were present?
I was not doing that in front of the kids.
Okay.
Not me.
Did somebody
hang on.
instruct you?
Hang on. He's talking about exactly what we're talking about.
Well, was there any kind of plan?
No, there wasn't no plan. Really didn't
No
plan
plan.
nothing out.
So it was just going to be, if an opportunity arose, you were
If
going
there
to
was
take
opportunity, we do what we gotta do and go.
it? What if an opportunity arose when the children were present?
I was not doing that in front of the kids.
Okay.
Not me.
Did somebody instruct you on that, or that was just...
And, as we said earlier, but in case anyone just joined us, on the first trip, that is exactly why they didn't kill him on the first trip. Because an opportunity arose, but the kids were there. And that was not happening at the house. So they were obviously prepared to kill him away from the house. But Lewis, for his own morality, wasn't going to do it in front of the kids. Further supporting the idea that there was no order for them to do it at the house, and Wendy's drive down Trescott was not because she had prior knowledge that he was to be killed at the house.
Just a given that you weren't going to do it.
I was not gonna do it. Period.
On that first trip, when you were discussing this murder and the payment, was there any conversation about maybe switching it to a robbery?
Yes.
All right, and who brought up the possibility of switching it from a murder to a robbery?
Me.
And what was your suggestion?
My suggestion was to go back and rob the lady,
And who's the lady?
Wendi.
Okay, because did you believe at that time that Wendi was the one that had this money to pay for the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so your thought was, hey, let's just take the money.
Just take the money.
Don't even have to do a murder, right?
We don't have to do none of that.
And why didn't that happen instead of the murder?
He told me he can't. He just had to do his job. And I'm like, I just went with it because I was my friend. So I just went with the.
Garcia told you that you had to get this job done.
Yes, ma'am.
And the job had to be done for Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's talk about the second trip. Is that when the murder happened, July 16th through the 18th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's the rental car agreement that I already showed you. That was the Prius you traveled up here in?
Absolutely, yes.
And we talked about your phone number, but there's another phone number on that rental agreement that says brother. Is that Garcia?
Paul M. says, I think she told Charlie his itinerary that morning. She needed to know the kids were dropped off, and he told her his plans to go to the gym. It's not a coincidence that she visited Trescott. I'm not saying it's a coincidence. I'm saying it wasn't because that she knew that he would be killed at the house and was going to see if that had happened. I think she just wanted to see if his car was there. And as far as telling Charlie his itinerary that morning, no, I don't think so. No. She only found out that he was going to the gym that morning. Wendi doesn't need to risk giving that information. I mean, that's not even valuable information, really. I mean, she passed on his itinerary as far as he's leaving town the next day to go to New York, and we need to do it before then. But as far as the smaller details of he's going to a fucking spinning class at 9, there's no need to pass that information on, and it would be further risk of digital record exposure.
His phone number?
I don't remember.
Oh.
Okay. Who would be the brother that you would put on the rental contract as going with you?
Garcia.
Did you take phones with you when you came to Tallahassee? Cell phones?
Yeah.
And did you have the phones on or off for the actual homicide?
It was off at that moment.
And did you take the same guns with you that second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you stay while you were here?
In a hotel.
Was there an incident while you were here for that trip prior to the actual murder where one of the guns was discharged in the Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell us what happened?
Well, the gun went off. Garcia was playing with the gun. I was driving, and he put a hole right through the floor in the passenger side.
Were you actually out on the roads
Yes,
when this
ma'am.
happened?
I was driving.
And did it have an impact on your ability to drive the car?
Yeah, it hit the gas line.
All right. So how'd you get it fixed?
He flagged somebody down there. We met the first time, some people, and they gave him a ride to the AutoZone to get a piece of hose to connect it back.
So somebody gave you a ride to the AutoZone.
Yes, ma'am. Not me,
Was
him.
Gar-
I was in the car. I never got off the car.
All right, you stayed with the disabled vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Garcia come back and do something to the car?
Yeah, he fixed it.
And it was able to be operated after that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all follow Dan Markel at all during this second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you follow him this time?
Follow him to the daycare and to the gym.
Was there a reason that the murder had to get done on the day it did?
It was just the right thing, the right opportunity, I guess.
Okay, did you have any information that the victim was going to be leaving town the day after the homicide occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, meeting.
Is the answer struck?
The answer is not struck. You need to rephrase your question.
All right, so how did you find out that the victim was leaving town the following day?
I can't remember that good.
Was it from a blog?
Objection, Your Honor. Meeting.
It's not leading, Your Honor.
Roll.
Was it from a blog?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what blog was that?
The blonde was Wendi.
Paul M says, "What the blonde? The blog was Wendy. The blog was Wendy." What Paul M says, "Why lie about visiting the crime scene? We know she couldn't see the crime scene tape and car from Benton, and she was spotted at the tape. Her story changes each time." Yeah, I mean, I just listened to Officer Brannon, who was the cop that was posted at the crime scene tape. Fuck what Wendy says, it does change each time. We saw that on Leslie's video the other day.
No, I was
you
saying
mean?
from the computer. Did you research
Oh,
it
no,
on
no,
the
no,
computer?
no.
Okay, so somebody gave you the information.
Yeah, somebody
A
else.
person.
A person.
And how did you actually talk to the person?
No, ma'am.
Who talked to the person?
Tuto. Garcia.
Garcia talked to the person.
Talked to
All
Katie.
right. Okay, so Garcia got the information from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And do we know where Katie got it from?
I don't know.
Okay, were you present when Garcia talked to Katie and found out we
Yes,
got to
ma'am.
do it today?
Yes, ma'am. He was on the phone.
I'm sorry?
They was on the phone speaking.
He was talking to Katie on the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were present for that.
I was in the car.
Who was driving the green Prius on, like, whenever you were following Mr. Markel right before the murder?
Me.
Did you go to, I think you said the daycare. Where else did you go that day?
The gym.
Have you seen the video surveillance from the gym in this case?
I have seen it.
No, Pariah. You see, this is exactly the kind of thing that didn't happen. The murder already happened, so Charlie or Katie could have told her it happened, and she went to see. No. For so many reasons. I'm sorry, Pariah. Yeah, no, that's not at all plausible. You know, we know that Sigfredo's phone wasn't even on for the 90 minutes after the murder, which is the first time that he made contact with Katie. So there's really no way for the Adelsons to have been informed of the murder before that time, which was already when Wendi had been to the scene. And even if Katie or Charlie did know, they're not going to phone Wendi. They are wanting to limit the calls. You know, yes, they made this clever arrangement with the TV so that they had a good excuse to be triangulating calls between Donna, Charlie, and Wendi that morning. But, you know, the whole point was to minimize the contact. There's no need for information to be going around on digital records, digital footprints, unless it's absolutely vital. You know? So it's not that. But thank you for your comment.
Now?
Yeah, where
Georgina Biggs says, Wendi got a phone message from Dan at 9:05 and didn't call him back until 11:40-ish. Got no answer and then went to the house. Yes. Which supports Wendi being on an anything fact-finding mission, not has he been killed at the house yet, where I suspect or have been informed that he will be. Right-in says, Georgina, so she could have used the excuse he didn't respond, so I went to discuss son's school. Instead, she takes off. Evan says, Metrix. Georgia knows Wendi deleted text to Charlie, so sweet. I wonder what time she sent it. The phone records show Katie to Charlie. Katie to Charlie to Wendi. Once killed, Lewis said Katie already knew. The phone records show Katie to Charlie to Wendi. Once killed, Lewis said Katie already knew. Yeah, I mean, there is some ambiguity around the Katie saying, I already knew. It wasn't totally, what is the word? I've been up too long. Totally, fuck, I can't even think of the word. It wasn't like she said, I have already been informed that the mission was completed successfully. You know. And there is a question in one of the trials, which is something like, so when she said she already knew, was it like that she had been told, or was it like she sensed it in your voice, you know? And the only possible way I can see that the Adelsons, and by extension Katie, would have known that the mission had been completed before Sigfredo's call would be if Harley D's theory about the charge card sending a message to a nominated account, not holder, but someone registered on the account, so that when you pay for something, they get a notification on a charge card, right? So Wendi drives down Trescott, sees that something's happened, and then goes to ABC Liquor and pays with a charge card. Now, the theory from Harley is that by doing that and paying on the charge card and letting the notification be sent to Donna Adelson's phone, the fact that she paid on the charge card and not with cash is sending a signal that the hit has been done. Now, I have a problem with this, maybe, because, like I said, if you're going to go to the extent of arranging a charge card signal plan, right? If it's that important that you have to think it through like that, and then you've got people down in South Florida that are waiting for a signal either way, surely you have to assume that Wendi will be able to find out one way or the other. Which, if she didn't know that he was going to be killed at home on Trescott Drive, how could it be presumed that she would be able to verify? You see what I mean? So it's like domino effect here. It's like, say that Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are following him back from Premiere, and it just so happens that Markel gets at a stoplight and there's no one else around. They pull up red behind him. Sigfredo jumps out, pops him in the head twice, and they drive off. It's happened in a random place that Wendi could not have been presumed that Wendi would be able to go to that random place because she doesn't know where it is and verify so that she can then go and send a signal through the charge card. You see what I mean? It's quite complicated, and it's layers because one thing affects everything else, right? How the fuck do we work this out? I find it easier to believe the whole Katie saying I know is the only thing that has a suggestion, and that's all it is, a suggestion that the Adelsons had been informed that any of this went down before it was either on the news or before Wendi made the call to Donna 6 hours into the interview, right? 5 hours into the, whatever it was, later on in the interview. And surely it would have been on the news, and the Adelsons would have been looking out for it on the news. The only thing to suggest that they had knowledge before those parts would be the thing about Katie saying, I know, which does have ambiguity about it, because it could be like she knew from the tone of his voice, which, you know, I can imagine. I don't think that's too much of a stretch. And also, it's something that Lewis heard through the phone, not even on speaker, and he could be mistaken. It's not enough to say it's a sure thing, right? So when all of these other things are questioned because of that element, is it fair of us to say that that element is confirmed, that Katie did have knowledge? Because to assume that means that it had to come from Wendi. How? There were no calls. So it must have been something like the charge card signal theory. But if the charge card signal theory is to be used, and it's that important, I mean, that takes some working out, right? If you're going to spend time and work out this theory, okay, you're going to go to ABC Liquors. So if you buy gas with the charge card, or if you buy bourbon with the charge card, that's going to either mean the hit was done or the hit was not done. But if you're unable to verify because there was no restriction that order for the hit to be done at the house and it's in a random place, how can you verify? It's interesting. But all we've got is speculation, I guess, at this point. But, I mean, it's not just speculation, is it? Because we're building a picture. We're building a picture and we're fleshing it out.
The green Prius is at the gym. Have you seen that?
I've seen it.
And is that you driving that Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is Garcia in the vehicle as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Did you know whether or not the kids were in the car at the time you were at the gym?
Nah, he dropped them off. I seen him when he dropped them off in the daycare.
So you actually saw the kids go into the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it after the daycare that you proceed to the gym?
Yes.
And what about after that?
He followed him to his house.
All right, so did you wait in the car while the victim went into the gym and worked out?
Yes, ma'am.
And did y'all know at that time, like, we're gonna do it when he comes out of
No.
the gym, or not necessarily?
Not necessarily. Nah.
So you're just following him to see where he goes.
To see where he goes.
And where did he go?
To his house.
To see where he goes, you know. Lewis is really, really supporting the idea that there was no order. And if there was no order to do it at his house, Wendi couldn't verify or send a charge card theory signal, and Katie didn't know. I mean, I just don't think that there's enough evidence. All we've got, all right, yeah, I know that there's testimony that Sigfredo phoned Katie. He said to her, it's done, and she said, I know. But the only evidence actually, I mean, the only evidence in my head for that is the report from Luis Rivera, who's driving with the noises of traffic. Sigfredo's on the phone, not on speaker, I would assume, and he's overhearing it through the speaker. Now, what I can't remember is whether Katie was questioned about this on the stand, and I think she's testifying after Luis, right? So let's take a note of that and remember what is Katie asked about Sigfredo call. We'll come back to it.
House.
Did you see the bus video that shows the Prius shortly before and shortly after the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you driving the vehicle at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us what happened when you got to Mr. Markel's driveway.
Well, he had turned he turned the block before. We kept going, so we went in front of his house. So when he pulled in, we pulled in right behind. I pulled in right behind him.
Is what you're describing, you entered his street from two different directions?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you met at his, did you meet at his driveway?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you pull in behind him, what happens next?
Garcia jumped out and shot him
How many times?
twice.
Where was he standing when he fired the shots?
Right in front of the driver's side, by the driver.
Did you see what the victim did during this attack?
He put his hands up.
How was it decided that Mr. Garcia would end up being the shooter instead of the original plan, which was for you to do it?
I was driving. I ain't had no time. He jumped out and did it. He had the gun the whole time.
All right, so either one of you were willing to do it when whoever wasn't driving when the opportunity arose?
Maybe, but it was really his job, so he did it.
You mean why was it his job?
He's the one that was getting paid, but he knew about the whole thing.
Well, you were getting paid too, right?
Yeah,
But he secured the job.
Yes, ma'am.
The bus video that we looked at, one of them shows the passenger side, someone in a white shirt moving around a lot right after the homicide. Can you explain to the jury what was going on in the car at that time?
He was trying to hide the gun.
And that's Garcia?
Garcia.
Where did he put the gun?
Right on the front, in the passenger side, right under the rug.
Okay, what ultimately happened with the gun?
We threw it away
Where?
in the river.
On the way back to South Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where y'all went when you left Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you turn your cell phones back on?
I think we turned them on right away, I think.
After leaving Tallahassee?
Yeah. If I remember, I really don't remember, but it got turned on.
Sometime after the murder, they got turned back on?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember who made the first phone call out of the two of you?
I didn't make no phone call. He did.
Who did he call?
I think he called Katie. Well, he called Katie. He
Say
called
that
Katie.
again?
He called Katie.
He called Katie. And were you able to hear the conversation with Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that conversation?
He told her everything is done. She like, I know, and he like, where the money?
Okay, let me back you up just a little bit. How did she know it was done?
I think she got a phone call right away before we did.
All right, but somehow she indicated.
She got a phone call right away before we did. The only person that's going to be from is Charlie, right? So this was at about 12:30, because it was around 90 minutes after the hit, when they were way out of town. And that's around the same time What time did Wendi get to Mosaic? Where's the bullet bourbon receipt? Because that would have been, 10, 15 minutes after she actually saw the hit, the crime scene. Where is that receipt? Wendi Adelson. Okay, so it was 12:49. 12:49 is when she purchased the bullet bourbon. All right. So after she turned around on Trescott, she continued on Centerville, went to Benton Road, cut through Benton Road, onto Thomasville, and stopped on Thomasville. Is ABC still there? Yep, ABC is still there. Wow. There it is. That is a very short drive, so 5 minutes maybe to park and go in, maybe 5 or 10 minutes talking to the clerk, so call it 15 minutes. Wendi left her house at 12:31 and Katie talked to Garcia at 12:30. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, Marie, is that Sigfredo spoke to Katie before Wendi even got to Trescott. Right? So how on earth is this whole thing? I mean, all we're talking about is Katie Magbanua saying, I know, when Sigfredo says it's been done, which could totally just be her expressing telepathy or something, you know? Couples do that. Like, I'm sure everyone's gotten a call from someone that they love where you immediately know something's wrong. You know, I mean, there's just, when you've been with someone for a long time, it's in the voice, right? It could quite easily just be that. But Lewis is telling us here that he thinks she got a call before we did. But why is he saying that? Let's find out.
She knew.
Yes.
All right, and you were chatting with Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that conversation?
He told her everything is done. She like, I know. And he like, where the money?
Okay, let me back you up just a little bit. How did she know it was done?
I think she got a phone call right away before we did.
All right, but somehow
He thinks.
she indicated she knew.
Yes.
All right, and you asked about the money. Did you personally ask about the money, or was that Garcia?
That's Garcia.
What did she say about the money?
You'll get it tomorrow.
Did you get it tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
On the way back from Tallahassee to Miami, did you stop in Pembroke Pines at an ATM machine?
The way back.
Yeah.
I know we stopped. But
I'll show you states 39 through 45. Have you seen these before?
yeah. That's it. I seen them.
And are these appear to be ATM
Yes, ma'am.
images?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the date on the ATM images?
7/18/2024.
2024?
I mean 14. Sorry.
All right, that's the day of the murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is this the green Prius that y'all came to Tallahassee in?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, are these fair and accurate photographs of you in the green Prius on the day of the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to introduce and publish states 39 through 45.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
39 through 45 are admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Sure. Here. Publishing states 39. And 40, please. $41, please. Can you make that bigger, please? Who's pictured in this exhibit, Mr. Rivera?
That's me and Garcia.
Who's that in the foreground, closer to the camera?
That's me. I'm the driver.
Okay. 42, please. Who's that in the passenger seat?
Garcia.
43, please. And 44. Did you and Sigfredo Garcia go out that night when you got back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember where you went?
Then we went to a bar.
Was Catherine McBanoa with you that night?
No, I don't think so.
Do you know where she went that night?
No, I don't know.
All right. The next morning, is that when you saw her again?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Tell us what happened the next morning.
The next morning I woke up, I went to the barber shop, and she went to my house and took the money.
She had the money at your house?
Yeah.
And did you go home and get it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go home with some purpose?
Purpose to pick that money up.
Yeah, why were you worried about the money?
I was worried about my baby mama taking it.
You were worried about your baby mama taking it?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Jessica, the one we saw in the,
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
photo? So if she'd seen that money,
If she would have seen it, she would have probably took it.
okay.
But she never seen it.
How much money was in there?
37. I think it was 35. 35.
35,000. And how was it packaged?
100 staples.
All $100 bills?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you mean by staples?
They were all stapled. It was $1,000, each $1,000 staple. in the top corner.
All right, so you got 35,000. I think you previously said you got 37. Where did the other 2 come from?
Garcia gave it to me.
Why did he do that?
Just gave it to me.
So he just gave you 2 additional stacks out of his cut?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how much he got versus how much Katie got?
No,
Do you not remember that?
I don't remember.
Okay, but it added up to 100. Is that what you previously
Yes,
said?
ma'am.
Did you buy anything with your cut of the money?
Just a motorcycle.
Approach you with states 46 and 47.
How much have we got left here? Oh, still more than an... Oh, hang on. No, okay, so just... Oh, perfect. Perfect. We're wrapping it up in like 10... Less than 10 minutes. Perfect, perfect. I was just thinking this stream's getting long. Last call. Last call for coffees, guys, if you want. If you want.
Is that a picture of the motorcycle you bought with the murder money?
That's Garcia's.
That's Garcia's. What about 47? Is that your motorcycle there?
That's mine, yeah.
Okay, and this is
Garcia.
Garcia's. And then what about this Monte Carlo in the background? Did y'all buy that too?
That's Garcia's. He got it.
Did he buy that with the murder money? After the murder? Shortly after the murder?
Yeah, something like that.
All right. Are these fair and accurate photos of those vehicles?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 46 and 47.
Any objection? No objection. States 46 and 47 are admitted.
I publish 46, Your Honor.
You may.
I know Mike Stevens, right? I mean, think about the extent that the Adelsons went to about the fucking DNA being on the money. It was washed, physically washed, wrapped in plastic. Charlie printed out the instructions from a different office, so the ink couldn't, like, they couldn't do a forensic test on the ink and say, yeah, it came from the printer in your office. He wore gloves and all of these things, and then you do all of that, and then you staple your money with your personal signature of how you... I mean, you might as well just sign your name on each $100 bill. The stapled money, so you physically washed it with dish soap, so much so that it was still wet and went moldy when it was wrapped in plastic. You didn't handle it, you wrapped it, you printed the thing from a different office, you wore gloves when you handled it, you told Katie not to handle it. I mean, and then Katie goes and sticks it in a fucking diaper bag, which has got to be one of the bags with the most DNA on it. Yeah, and then you staple your cash. Fucking moron.
And 47, please.
And the thing I like about it is, I believe... Yes, okay. I can see that stapling the cash has a somewhat of a legitimate necessity because it's easier to count. But the reason it's easier to count is because there's so much money. So having to staple your cash is something that feeds into Charlie's ego of, hey, we're rich as fuck, right? I've got so much money, I have to staple it together so I can just count it all because there's so much. So I just love that one of those things that's a little ego boost thing to Charlie is a major thing that tripped up that got them caught, essentially. It's poetic.
Did you make any changes to your cell phone after the murder? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Did you meet with investigator Jason Newland with my office to look at this, what I've marked as state 63, this exhibit regarding the calls in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And do these initials next to these calls indicate that you've authenticated the voices that are highlighted?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence state 63.
Any objection? No objection. State 63 is admitted.
So you were able to recognize the voices of Catherine Magbanoa and Sigfredo Garcia on those recordings?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think that's true, Marie. I think it was washed just before. I think the money went moldy after it was in. It was later that Katie noticed that. After they'd had it for a little while. I think it was washed just before it was handed over. So because obviously the first thing that they do when they get the money is count it, handle it. No mold was noticed then because it's on a call that's later when Kate, is it on a call? No, maybe it's not on a call, but it's certainly reported that later on, Katie said to Garcia, "Hey, the fucking money is moldy," and he told her to blow dry it. I think this is in Katie's testimony that's said, which is coming soon.
Have you ever had any kind of contact with any member of the Adelson family?
No, ma'am.
During the time that Catherine Magbanoa was dating the dentist, were you around her during that time?
I mean, I've seen her a few times.
Okay, and what was the context of, what was the occasion that you would see her if she was with the dentist?
Not with him, but I've seen her when she come look for Garcia.
Okay, so if she was doing something related to the kids or something like that?
Yeah, that's it.
During the times that you saw her while she was dating the dentist, did she ever brag to you about the dentist at all?
No, ma'am.
Did she ever tell you the dentist has a lot of money?
No, ma'am.
The dentist has a safe full of cash in his home?
No.
So do you even know who the dentist is? I mean, do you know who he is here
Never
in the
met
courtroom?
him. Never met him in my life until today.
Okay. Well, the dentist's lawyers have indicated that you and Garcia got this idea on your own to come to Tallahassee and kill the professor. Is that true?
No. A good one.
Did you kill him and then try to get Katie to blackmail the dentist?
No.
When you suggested to Sigfredo Garcia on the way up that it would be easier to just do a robbery, would it have been easier to rob the dentist back in Miami than to come up here to do a murder?
I never said nothing about him because I don't know him, but I said, let's go rob the lady.
Right.
Just like
but
that.
If you had known that it was actually the dentist that had the money, would you have been just as happy to rob the dentist?
Absolutely.
Would that have been less trouble than coming to Tallahassee to do a murder?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time.
Judge, I think it makes sense to wait till Monday.
Very well. Members of the jury, we are going to recess at this point. Cross-examination of the witness will take place by the defense on Monday morning. Once again, I'm going to give you the same instruction that I've given throughout. You're not to discuss this case with each other or anyone else. Do not watch the news coverage. Do not seek out any information about this matter. Have a restful weekend. We will see you on Monday morning. Please report at 8:30.
We should say the same to all of you, but instead of Monday morning at 8:30, it's going to be Sunday evening at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We don't know. But it will be Sunday evening, which is in a little over 12 hours. No, hang on. Well, whatever it is. Come back and join us again on True Crime Metrix for Luis Rivera, Part 2. I guess we're going to be finishing it up. We've got cross-examination, then redirect. And then I believe we're moving on to Katie McBanoir.
Thank you.
Fucking shirt collar's still out. It's even worse now. At the side, can't quite see it, but I know it's there, and it bothers me.
Everyone else can be seated.
Oh, did you see it? We just got a glimpse.
Everyone else can be seated. Do the parties have anything to raise before we go into recess?
No, Your Honor.
Enjoy your weekend. Mr. Rauschbaum, the juvenile concert awaits.
I can't wait.
Mr. Rashbaum, the juvenile concert awaits. The fuck? Is he performing? He's well below the height restriction. Wow, fucking Sarah Dugan's jacket strobing today. I just want to collect all of their clothes. Is that weird? I think Georgia really loves getting Charlie. In a kind of in a way that she's having fun. I'm sure she'll love getting Wendi too, but I don't think I think she has more comedy fun with getting Charlie. She remembers guys like him. You're being weird, June. Can we listen to that call? Do we have that call ready to go? Have I labeled it up? Let's check. Just before we go, we'll let Charlie play us out with his June gaslighting. Oh, I hope I've got it labeled. Oh, fuck off. Fuck. Charlie and Katie. Katie discussing. Charlie back, Katie. Go-karting. Charlie stayed over. Oh man. I don't think I have it labeled up. How disappointing. unfortunately. And I'm just not going to be able to find it in this huge archive that we have. But the good news is that all of these calls will soon be released on our website with extensive notes and theories. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. We're going to get a lot of clicks. A lot of clicks. Yeah, I definitely don't have it labeled out. I'll try and find it for tomorrow. We'll play it at the beginning of tomorrow's show. Okay, I think we're done here, guys. That's almost 6 hours. Thank you, everybody in the comments and everybody in the super comments, the super chatters, the super coffee go-getters, the super sticker givers, and the bulletproof Metrix moderators. Join us again on True Crime Metrix for oh look, color bars. Maybe we should have color bars. We also need to do a thank you outro for all of the supporters with their names to play us out like credits, like the credits of a movie. Try and get that done. But where do we find the time? Thank you, Riding Shotgun. Riding Shotgun, our chief of security, is just a solid, consistent performer and so much appreciated. She's here for the long haul. Good job, Ryden. And tomorrow we also need to make sure that that fucker, that what is he called? Nightbot. It's not even a good name. It's not even a clever name, Nightbot. You're out of here, Nightbot. Nightbot getting the boot. Getting the big old Metrix boot. But we'll come up with another solution for the fantastic bulletproof Metrix moderators to post links and shortcuts and stuff like that soon. We'll find something. We'll find something great, even better, way better than Nightbot. All right. Adios. Take it easy. True Crime Metrix out.